Got the mic, brother.
Shalom, shalom, everyone. As our beloved brother stated, we would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 104, please. That is 104. Psalms 104. It reads, Bless Yahweh, O my soul. O Yahweh, my Elohim, thou art very great. Thou art clothed with honor and majesty, who covereth thyself with light as with a garment, who stretcheth out the heavens like a curtain, who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters, who maketh the clouds his chariot, who walketh upon the wings of the wind, who maketh his angels spirits, his ministers a flaming fire, who laid the foundations of the earth, that it shall not be removed forever, who covereth it with the deep as with a garment. The waters stood above the mountains. At thy rebuke they fled. At the voice of thy thunder they hasted away. They go down by the mountains. They go down by the valleys into the place which thou hast founded for them. Thou hast set a bound that they may not pass over, that they turn not again to cover the earth. He sendeth the springs into the valleys which run among the hills. They give drink to every beast of the field. The wild asses quench their thirst. By them shall the fowls of the heaven have their habitation, which sing among the branches, who watereth the hills from his chambers. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of thy works. He causes the grass to grow for the cattle, and herb for the service of man, that he may bring forth food out of the earth, and wine that maketh glad the heart of man, and oil to make his face to shine, and bread which strengtheneth man's heart. The trees of Yahweh are full of sap, the cedars of Lebanon, which he hath planted, where the birds make their nests. As for the stork, the fir trees are her house. The high hills are a refuge for the wild goats, and the rocks for the conies. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. Thou makest darkness, and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. The young lions roar after their prey, and seek their meat from Elohim. The sun arises. They gather themselves together, and lay down in their dens. Man goeth forth unto his work, and to his labor until the evening. O Yahweh, how manifold are thy works. In wisdom hast thou made them all. The earth is full of thy riches. So is this great and wide sea, wherein are things creepeth innumerable, both small and great beasts. There go the ships. There is that Leviathan, whom thou hast made to play therein. These wait all upon thee, that thou mayest give them their meat in due season, that thou givest them they gather. Thou thou openest thy hand, they are filled with good. Thou hidest thy face, they are troubled. Thou takest away their breath, they die and return to their dust. Thou sendest forth thy spirit, they are created, and thou renewest the face of the earth. The glory of Yahweh shall endure forever, and Yahweh shall rejoice in his works. He looketh on the earth, and it trembled. He toucheth the hills, and they smoke. I will sing unto Yahweh as long as I live. I will sing praise to my Elohim while I have my being. My meditation of him shall be sweet. I will be glad in Yahweh. Let the sinners be consumed out of the earth, and let the wicked be no more. Bless thou Yahweh, O my soul. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Praise you.
And as our brother stated, we would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 111, please. That is Psalms 111. It reads, Hallelujah, I will praise Yahweh with my whole heart in the assembly of the upright and in the congregation. The works of Yahweh are great, sought out of all them that have pleasure therein. His work is honorable and glorious, and his righteousness endureth forever. He hath made his wonderful works to be remembered. Yahweh is gracious and full of compassion. He hath given meat unto them that fear him.
Oh, yeah.
He will ever be mindful of his covenant. He hath shewed his people the power of his works, that he may give them the heritage of the heathen. The works of his hands are verity and judgment. All his commandments are sure. They stand fast forever and ever, and are done in truth and uprightness. He sent redemption unto his people. He hath commanded his covenant forever. Holy and reverend is his name. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments. His praise endureth forever. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Welcome to the House of Yisrael conference call. Today's presentation will be called The Forbidden Sexual Practices Please bear with us. We are having technical difficulties trying to get it together. Again, today's presentation will be called The Forbidden Sexual Practices of Israel. We will also include in this presentation a lesson on the language, and we will also include in this lesson, if time permits, the term and word by, B-U-Y, that one finds in the book of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 68th verse. We will teach on that word and show the scriptural definition and the concept of that word, which only denotes redemption. It denotes being redeemed. So again, today's presentation will be called The Forbidden Sexual Practices of Israel, and we will include, if time permits, a lesson on the language and a lesson on the word by that we find in the 68th verse of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. At this time, I would love to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. We will also love to ask Yahweh to allow the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in His sight. Yahweh, our strength, and note, our Redeemer. Please, at this time, get yourself in Holy Scripture, a pen, and a piece of paper, that ye may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give this day. And this is a great time to ask for your forgiveness, for the inconvenience, for not having the last presentation recorded. We had technical difficulties last week, and we thought the presentation that was called The Watchman's Accountability was recorded, but it wasn't. So forgive us. We're trying to do better today, and it allows us to know why it's so important to actually have a scripture, to actually have a pen and a piece of paper, because as we seen last week, it might not get recorded. So you ain't going to have nothing to fall back on. But if you take down the notes, you're going to always have your notes. You're going to always have the chapter and the verses to go to explain and to allow you to understand that particular presentation. So please, I stress, please write down these notes. I know we're not in a class setting as you normally are used to being in, but still you in a setting. And this setting we try to make to be conducive for learning. And the only way you're going to really learn is take down your notes. You got to read, and you got to listen, and you got to take down these notes. So in saying all that, we're going to go ahead and get started. Before we jump into the presentation, I would love to have us all turn our scriptures to the book of wisdom, that we may install some fear in us, that we may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And in doing so, maybe the Almighty will show us some mercy by giving us understanding. And I would love to start off by us all turning our holy scriptures to the book of wisdom, the book of Ecclesiastes. And please write these chapters and verses down, because these verses that I am bringing forth out of the book of wisdom will help us and allow us to know why many of the things that we read that have been done in other generations, we can't understand. And it allows us to know why we don't understand them. Thus, let us find ourselves in the book of Ecclesiastes, the very first chapter, and let's read with understanding the first 11 verses. Ecclesiastes, the first chapter, the first verse. And it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the first chapter, the very first verse. The words of the preacher, the son of David, king in Jerusalem. Vanity of vanities, said the preacher. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. What profit hath a man of all his labor which he takes under the sun? And this vanity denotes the things that the preacher seen and was able to understand, the things that were done under the sun. And these things that are done under the sun is without the Almighty. Thus, the preacher calls them vanity of vanity. The fourth verse reads, one generation passed away. Please take note. And another generation comes. But the earth abides forever. The sun also arrives, and the sun goes down and hastes to his place where he arose. The wind goes toward the south, and turn about into the north. It whistles about continually, and the wind returns again according to his circuits. All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. And to the place from which the rivers come, tighter they return again. All things are full of labor. Man cannot utter it. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing. The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be. And that which is done is that which shall be done. And there is no new thing under the sun. Is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new? It has been already of old, and we're going to show that by showing forth Genesis, which denotes the beginning, and to the end. It reads, again in the 10th verse, is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new? It had been already of old time, which was before us. The last verse that I will read is the 11th verse, and it reads, there is no remembrance of former things, neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come, with those that shall come after. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 3rd chapter of Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, and let's start reading from the very first verse. For the preacher said in Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, the 1st verse, to everything there is a season and a time, for everything, to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to break down, and a time to build up. The 4th verse reads, a time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to get, and a time to lose. There's a time to keep, and a time to cast away. The 7th verse reads, a time to rend, and a time to sow. A time to keep silent, and a time to speak. A time to love, and a time to hate. There's a time of war, and a time of peace. The 9th verse reads, what profit hath he that works in that wherein he labors? I have seen the travel which Elohim have given to the sons of men, to be exercised in it. He has made everything beautiful in his time, for there is a time and season for everything. Also, he has set the world in their heart, so that no man, please take note, can find out the work that Yahweh makes from the beginning to the end. So please take note, circle that verse, because you're going to need this verse to try to understand the things that we're going to bring forth that was done in generations past. The 12th verse reads of the 3rd chapter of Ecclesiastes, I know that there is no good in them. And them are the people in their works that is done under the sun. And most times these works are done under the sun without Yahweh. It reads, but for a man to rejoice and to do good in his life, and also that every man shall eat and drink and enjoy the good of all his labor. It is the gift of Elohim. I know that whatso ever. Yahweh does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be put to it, if you understand it or not. The scripture tells us nothing can be put to it, nor anything taken from it. And Yahweh does it that men should fear before him. The 15th verse reads, that which has been is now, and that which is to be have already been. And Yahweh requires that which is past. And moreover, I saw under the sun the place of judgment, that wickedness was there, and the place of righteousness, that iniquity was there. I said in my heart, Yahweh shall judge the righteous and the wicked, for there is a time there for every purpose and for every work. I said in my heart concerning their state of the sons of men, that Yahweh might manifest them, and that they might see that they themselves are beasts. For that which befalls the sons of men befalls beasts. Even one thing befalls them. As the one dies, so dies the other. Yea, they have all one breath. So that a man have no credence above a beast. For all is vanity. All go into one place. All are of the dust. And all turn to dust again. Who knows the spirit of man that goes upward, and the spirit of the beast that goes downward to the earth? Wherefore I perceive that there is nothing better than that a man should rejoice in his own works, for that is his portion. For who shall bring him to see what shall be after him? It also tells us in this great book, if we take a look at the 8th chapter of Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter of Ecclesiastes, and let's pick up at the 14th verse. And it tells us in the 8th chapter of Ecclesiastes, if we pick up at the 14th verse and read to the 17th verse, and it reads, Ecclesiastes 8, verse 14. To the 17th verse, it reads, there is a vanity which is done upon the earth, that there be just men, and to whom it happens, according to the work of the wicked. Again, there be wicked men, to whom it happens, according to the work of the righteous. I said that this also is vanity. Then I commend merit because a man have no better thing under the sun than to eat and to drink and to be merry. For that shall abide with him of his labor, the days of his life, which Yahweh gives him under the sun. When I apply my heart to know wisdom and to see the business that is done upon the earth, for also there is that neither day nor night seeth sleep with his eyes. Then I beheld all the work of Yahweh, that a man cannot find out, please understand, find out the work that is done under the sun. Why? Because though a man labor to seek it out, yet he shall not find it. Yea, further, though a wise man think to know it, yet shall he not be able to find it. And one more place I would love to read out of the book of Ecclesiastes, and that is the 12th chapter. The 12th chapter of Ecclesiastes. And we are reading these words of wisdom to warn us to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil, that we lean not upon our own understanding. Thus it tells us in the 12th chapter of Ecclesiastes, and it reads in the very first verse, remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the years draw nigh, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them, while the sun, or the light, or the moon, or the stars be not darkened, nor the clouds return after the rain. In the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease, because they are few, and those that look out of the windows be darkened, and the doors shall be shut in the streets, when the sound of the grinding is low, and he shall raise up at the voice of the bird, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low. Also when they shall be afraid of that which is high, and fears shall be in the way, and the almond trees shall flourish, and the grasshopper shall be a burden, and desire shall fail, because man goes to his long home, and the mourners go about the streets. Or ever the silver cords be loose, or the golden bowls be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the fountain, or the wheel broken at the century. Then shall the dust return into the earth, as it was, and the spirit shall return into Yahweh who gave it. Vanity of vanity, said the preacher, all is vanity. And moreover, because the preacher was wise, he shall taught the people knowledge. Yea, he gave good heed, and sought out and set in order many proverbs. The preacher sought to find out acceptable words, words of delight, and that which was written was right. Thus, we're going to witness and confirm every word, even words of truth. The words of the wise are as gall, and as nails fastened by the masters of assemblies, which are given from one shepherd. And further, by these, my son, be acknowledged of making many books. There is no end. And much study is a weariness of the flesh. And our flesh has been wearied reading these many books that have been used to fill in the blanks and the obscurity or the darkness that we find in many of these chapters and verses. But they are to no avail, for it tells us again in the 12th verse, and further by these, my son, be acknowledged of making many books. There is no end. And much study, much reading is a weariness of the flesh. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. And the whole matter was that vanity of vanities being done under the sun. Thus the 13th verse reads, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear Yahweh and keep his commandments, for this is the whole man. For Yahweh shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. And the last place I would love to go to warn us to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil and not to lean upon our own understanding is found in the book of Proverbs. Let us go to the book of wisdom, the book of Proverbs, and let's turn our holy scriptures to the 2nd chapter of Proverbs. Proverbs 2. And let's pick up in Proverbs 2 at the 6th verse. Proverbs 2, verse 6. And let's read to the 22nd verse and warning, and then we'll jump straight into the presentation. Proverbs 2, verse 6 reads, for Yahweh give wisdom, out of his mouth come knowledge and understanding. He laid up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is a butler to them that walk uprightly. He keeps the paths of judgment. He preserves the way of his saints. Then shall thy understand righteousness and judgment and equity, yea, every good path. When wisdom enter into thy heart, and knowledge is pleasant into thy soul. Discretion, that which we use in each and every presentation that we deliver them with discretion. We make a difference between the holy and the unholy, between what Yahweh has said and done, and between that which he have not said nor done. Thus the 11th verse reads, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee. Keep thee from what? It reads in the 12th verse of the 2nd chapter of Proverbs, to deliver thee from the way, the practices of the evil man, from the man that speak forward things, who leave the paths of uprightness, to walk in the ways and the practices of darkness, who rejoice to do evil. And we're going to bring out many forbidden sexual practices, and we know even today we got men and women that rejoices in those practices. Thus the 14th verse reads, who rejoice to do evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked, whose ways are crooked, and they forward in their paths. It also allows us to know, in this great discretion and this great understanding, it picks back up in the 16th verse, and it says, to deliver thee from the strange woman, even from the stranger, which flatters with her words, which forsake also the guide of her youth, and forgetteth the covenant of her Elohim. For her house inclined into death, and her paths into the dead. None that goes into her return again, neither take they hold of the paths of life. And that's exactly what we're about to teach. That thou mayest walk in the way of good men, and keep the path of the righteous. For the upright shall dwell in the land of promise, that is, and the perfect shall remain in it. But the wicked shall be cut off from the earth. And we know that his spirit will not go downward, but it will go upward to him that gave it. Thus, in closing, the 22nd verse reads, but the wicked shall be cut off from the earth, and the transgressors shall be rooted out of it. And this rooted just denotes plucked up out of it. Hallelujah. Again, this presentation will be called Forbidden Sexual Practices of Israel. And I would like to start this presentation off by allowing us to see what was said and done in the beginning. This denotes a generation, 10 generations that lived upon the earth, and we're going to find some things that was done and said in their generation that many people have forgotten or have had no knowledge of it in their present generation, even though these things are being done each and every day. Let us turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 2nd chapter. That's where we will begin. Genesis, the 2nd chapter. I have not used every chapter and verse that we can find in our Holy Scripture dealing with this subject matter due to time restraint, but I have chosen these acceptable chapter and verses to bring forth this great presentation. Thus, let us all find ourselves in Genesis, the 2nd chapter. And let's start reading at the 18th verse. Genesis, the 2nd chapter. And we are bringing forth the forbidden sexual practices of Israel. But we are doing so by using the volume of the book. And in the volume of the book, we find in the 2nd chapter of Genesis, if we start reading at the 18th verse. Genesis, the 2nd chapter, the 18th verse tells us, and Yahweh said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an help meet for him. And this helpmate was not what many people teach today and accept today. And what I am speaking about, this was not Adam and Steve. He didn't give Adam a helpmate that was a man. But instead, we're going to learn that his helpmate was a woman. And her name was Eve, not a man whose name was Steve. Thus, it tells us in the 18th verse again, and Yahweh Elohim said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an helpmate for him. It also tells us in this great chapter, if we pick up at the 21st verse, and it reads, and Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam. And he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh. Note how this person is coming about. Instead thereof, and you will never find another testimony of this throughout the volume of the book. But in Yahweh's great creation, doing everything beautiful in his time, it allows us to know in the 21st verse, and Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. This is what was done in this generation. And he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man, made he a woman, not another man, a woman, and brought her, not him, into the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones, and no flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman. Why? Because she was taken out of man. Therefore, please take note, shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave into his wife, and they shall be one flesh. Not two, but one. It also tells us in the beginning, if we take a look at the 4th chapter of Genesis, the 4th chapter of Genesis, And let's pick up at the 16th verse. The 4th chapter of Genesis, the 16th verse reads, and Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh and dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden. And the land of Nod denotes a land not known. The 17th verse reads, and Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. And unto Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begat Mahujah, and Mahujah begat Methuselah, and Methuselah begat Lamech. This denotes 7 generations. And Lamech took unto him 2 wives, the name of the one Ada, and the name of the other Zillah. And Ada bare Jabal, he was the father of such as dwell in tents, and such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all such as handled the harp and organ. And Zillah, she also bare Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer, and brass and iron, and the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naomi. And Lamech said unto his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech, hearken unto my speech, for I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged 7-fold, truly Lamech 70 and 7-fold. The 25th verse reads, and please take note of what you just read, because there, according to the story, there's no one on the earth but Adam and Eve. Adam knew Eve, brought forth Cain and Abel. Cain slew Abel. Cain was punished by way of being a fugitive, being alienated from his house and from Yahweh. But it allows us to know in the 17th verse that Cain knew his wife. And many people teach what his wife come by way of Adam's daughter. But we didn't read nothing about Adam's daughter. But we are confirming and witnessing every word. And we can easily do so when we fear Yahweh and depart from evil, and when we have sound wisdom based on what we just read in the book of Ecclesiastes, the 1st chapter, the 2nd chapter, the 1st chapter, the 3rd chapter, the 8th chapter, and the 12th chapter. We know that there is things done in the generations before us that you will never understand. Thus, it continues to tell us in the 25th verse. And Adam, each time it tells us about Adam, it lets us know that he had a sexual relationship with Eve, and through that great sexual relationship brought forth these children. Thus, the 25th verse reads, and Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son, and called his name Set. For Yahweh said, she have appointed me another seed, instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. And Set, to him also there was born a son. So Set had to have a wife, and he called his name Enoch. Then began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. And this denotes the first sign of worship upon the face of the earth. The 5th chapter, it tells us in the very first verse, the 5th chapter of Genesis, this is the book of the generations of Adam. Note, the generations of Adam. In the day, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun. In the day that Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them. Please take note. If we don't see the name of the woman, we still know that if Set brought forth a son, it was not with another man. It was not with his brother. It was with a woman. But we are understanding that according to the 2nd verse, male and female created he them. Yahweh created them. And we have read in the book of wisdom, all that Yahweh have created was done beautifully. Our brother Yamin read Psalms 104, allowing us to know that Yahweh didn't make one mistake in his creation. We just don't understand it. Today, under our moral code, we have mass questions of what we read that was in generations past. But it allows us to know that Yahweh created them and blessed them and called their name Adam in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years and begat a son in his own likeness. Note, you don't see Cain and Abel here. It reads, after his image, and called his name Set. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Set was 800 years. And he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived, note, it allows us to know that Adam begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Set lived 105 years, and begot Enoch. And Set lived, after he begot Enoch, 807 years, and begat what? Sons and daughters. And all the days of Set were 920 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 90 years, and begat Canaan. And Enoch lived, after he begat Canaan, 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalalel. And Canaan lived, after he begat Mahalalel 840 years and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years and begat Jared. And Mahalalel lived after he begat Jared 830 years and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Jared lived 162 years, and he begat Enoch. And Jared lived after he begat Enoch 800 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared was 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years and begat Methuselah. And Enoch walked with Elohim. So all of these things that is going on is according to Yahweh's plan. And Enoch walked with Elohim after he begat Methuselah 300 years and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch was 365 years, and Enoch walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Yahweh took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years and begat Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begat Lamech 782 years and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. This denotes 10 generations here. And Lamech lived 182 years and begat sons. Note, we must confirm what is written. It says, and Lamech lived 182 years and begat a son. It don't say sons and daughters right there. And he called his name Noah. So it don't allow us to know that Noah had a sister, because the father only begatted a son. Lamech is Noah's father. Thus it reads in the 29th verse, and he called his name Noah, saying, this same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahweh hath cursed. And that's dealing with this crime, the sin that Adam and Eve committed, which is the greatest sin of them all, and that is disobedience. Thus, the 30th verse reads, and Lamech lived after he begat Noah 595 years. Now it tells us, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old. And Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. It don't say one word about some sisters. But we're going to find out that Noah had a wife to beget Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And we also going to find out that Shem, Ham, and Japheth had a wife. And the rumor is each and every one of these people, they were marrying their own sisters. Even though we find that their fathers, their grandfathers, their uncles had children. It also tells us if we go into the 6th chapter, and we just read about 10 generations dealing with Adam's family record. Before we entered into Genesis, the 5th chapter, we read in Genesis, the 4th chapter, starting at the 16th verse, and it gave us 7 generations. And these 7 generations denoted the generations or the family record of Cain. The 5th chapter, 10 generations. And these 10 generations denoted the family of Adam. And these 10 generations, there are several renderings, but the number that I am going with is these 10 generations denoted 1,656 years. So, and these people of Adam being created, it denotes 1,656 years. Then it tells us in the 6th chapter, the very first verse. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth. Note, it says men. And daughters were born into them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men. And we're trying to get sound wisdom. So based on what we have read, starting from the beginning, what and who would denote the sons of Elohim? And that answer is found in the 5th chapter. This great 10 generations of Adam. And out of this great 10 generations, we will find 2 of those great men walking with Yahweh, which will allow us to denote that the sons of Elohim denoted the genealogy, the family record of Adam. For Adam was the first son born upon the face of the earth, and we have just read his family record, those that came after him, and every one of them was known as the sons of Elohim. Well, it also tells us that daughters were born into them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men. The daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives, not girlfriends, not raped them, but took them wives of all which they choose. Before we go on, we must understand and find out who denotes the daughters of men. Well, once Cain slew Abel, Cain was alienated. And what was he alienated from? The son of Elohim, which Adam denoted, and which, when Adam knew Eve again, she brought forth another seed of Elohim. So it truly allowed us to know that the sons of Elohim was none other than Adam and his generation, or his family record. which does not include Cain. So the daughters of men could only be the daughters of Cain. And it tells us in the 3rd verse, and Yahweh said, my spirit should not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came into the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And Elohim saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination, and we're going to bring up and show forth these evil imaginations. Thus it reads that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented Yahweh that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man, whom I have created. Those great 17 generations, it reads, which I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air. For it repent me that I have made them. But Noah, a son of Elohim, it reads, but Noah found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. No, these generations, it reads, these are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generation. And Noah, as Enoch did, it reads, and it is a proof that these were the sons of Elohim. It reads, and Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Yahweh looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And Yahweh said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. And that's what happened to these 17 generations. But out of these 17 generations, the sons of Elohim was redeemed. The sons of Elohim was recipients of this great salvation. Thus it tells us if we take a look at the 9th chapter, of Genesis. And the 9th chapter of Genesis tells us, if we pick up at the 18th verse, Once the son of Elohim was delivered, him and his 3 sons, his wife, and their 3 wives. It tells us in the 18th verse of the 9th chapter, showing first one of the first forbidden practices or forbidden sexual practices found in our Holy Scripture. Thus it reads in the 18th verse, and the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the 3 sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah begat to be an husband, and he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. He was naked. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backwards and covered the nakedness of his father, or of their father. And their faces were backwards. They refused to look upon the nakedness of their father. Their faces were backwards, and they saw not their father nakedness. So it allows us to know, dealing with the sexual practices, it was not wise, it was not wisdom, nor sound wisdom, to look upon the nakedness of your mother nor your father. Here is talking about the father. And it reads in the 24th verse, and Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And this knowledge allow us to know that it was forbidden, for it tells us in the 25th verse, and he said, curse it, not bless, not you have done well, but it says, curse it, be Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, blessed be Yahweh Elohim of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of the son of Elohim, it reads, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. It tells us in the 10th chapter, the very first verse, and I'm just using these verses, showing the volume of the book, what type of sexual practices that might went down that was forbidden. And we start off by discovering that there was no other people on the earth with Cain and Abel, So they either brought forth children, they either married their sisters, and according to the 6th chapter, or they married their nieces, because Cain was the brother of Abel. And even though he was alienated, he still was the brother of Seth. And after the generations of Adam, it allows us to know that the children, the sons of Elohim, took the daughters of men. And those daughters was none other than the daughters of Cain. Thus, it tells us in the very first verse of Genesis, the 10th chapter, now these are the generations. And note the generations. We dealt with 7 generations dealing with Cain. We dealt with 10 generations dealing with Adam. And now we are dealing with the generations of Noah's sons. Thus, the first verse reads again, now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And into them were sons born after the flood. I would like to skip further to Genesis, the 10th chapter, and let's pick up at the 31st verse. Working our way to Abraham, because the rumor is Abraham married his sister. Terah had Sarah as his daughter. Here it tells us in the 31st verse of the 10th chapter of Genesis, these are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their land, after their nation. These are the families of the sons of Noah. And note, we still in the reign of the sons of Elohim. It says, these are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations. And by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look at the 11th chapter, and let's pick up at the 10th verse. And it tells us in the 10th verse of the 11th chapter of Genesis, these are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. The 24th verse reads, and Nahor lived 29 years and begat Terah. And Nahor lived after he begat Terah 119 years. Note, Nahor lived after he begat Terah 119 years and begat sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And note, and Haran begat Lot. And the only way you're going to beget Lot, you had to marry a woman. And Haran died before his father Tyre in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. It don't tell us the wife that Haran took. It just allows us to know that he had to take a wife to beget Lot. And then he died. Well, right after he died, it tells us in the 29th verse, and Abram and Nahor took them wives. And it allows us to know the names of the wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarah. And the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. And it says the daughter of Haran. So it allows us to know that Haran had a daughter before he died. And her name was Milcah. He also had a son before he died, and his name was Lot. It reads, the father of Milcah and the father of Ishka. But Sarah was barren. She had no child. She been married. Abraham take her as a wife, but it tells us she had no child. And Tyre took Abram, his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, which will make that be Tyre's grandson, and his son's son, and Sarah, his daughter-in-law. His son Abram's wife. And they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came into the Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Tyre were 205 years, and Tyre died in Haran. So far as it reads, Abram took a wife, and the wife Abram took was Sarah. And the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Ishka. But Sarah was barren, she had no child. And the 31st verse reads again, and Tyre took Abram, his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, which would be his grandson, his son's son, which is a grandson, and Sarah, his daughter-in-law. People teach that Sarah was not his daughter-in-law, but his daughter. Daughter-in-law is usually a daughter married to my son. A woman married to my son is usually called my daughter-in-law because she became my daughter by way of the law of marriage. It tells us in the 12th chapter, the first 5 verses, now Yahweh has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred, your peoples, and from thy father's house, into a land that I will show thee, and I will make of thee a great nation. And the reason why these things are being said to these generation of people and to Shem lineage or family record is because the son of Elohim is still upon their head. Abraham denotes a child of the tribes or the family record of Shem. Abraham is Tyre's son, and the Almighty continued the blessing that is placed on the sons of Elohim on the head of Abraham or Abram. Thus it tells us in the second verse, and I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Divinity is being put on this man. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curse thee. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed. So there is still some people that denote the sons of Elohim. And the rest of the families of the earth denotes the daughters or the sons of men. Thus it tells us in the 4th verse, so Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot, his nephew, went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And the 5th verse reads, and Abram took Sarah, his wife, and Lot, his brother's son, his nephew, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan they came. It tells us, if we pick up at the 10th verse, and there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said, please take note, into Sarah his wife, behold, now I know that thou art a fair woman, a beautiful woman, to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, this is his wife. And they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, please take note what Abram is telling his wife to say. Sarah, say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. So what was being said? He's asking his wife, when they come among these people in the land of Canaan, tell them that you are my sister instead of my wife. Because these people, customs or tradition is to kill the man of the wife and take the wife. but they won't kill me if you tell them you are my sister. They just going to take you. Please take note of these things and you trying to reason your mind around if Sarah was actually his sister or not. Because with her being his sister, he could have easily just answered that and said, that's my sister. He never had to reveal to anyone that that is his wife. And as we see, he never did. But it tells us in the 14th verse, and it came to pass that when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians, I said the Canaanites, I meant the Egyptians beheld the woman, that she was beautiful. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep and oxen, and he asses, and manservants, and maidservants, and she asses, and camels. And Yahweh plagued Pharaoh in his house with great plagues because of Sarah, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called, because no matter what, if she was his sister or not, she's definitely his wife, and that is adultery. And the Almighty is plaguing this Pharaoh because he has another man's wife, even though they say they brothers and sisters, even though it is taught that she's a half-sister. It's definitely taught and known that she is his wife. Does it say again in the 17th verse, and Yahweh plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarah, Abram's wife. Pharaoh called Abram and said, what is this that thou hast done unto me? Why did you lie? Why dost thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Why sayest thou, she is my sister, so I might have taken her to me to wife? Now therefore, behold, thy wife, take her and go thy way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. It also tells us, before I go to the next incident, it tells us in the 8th verse of the 13th chapter. And it allows us to know how they looked upon one another, how they constantly considered themselves and their families as brothers and sisters. We found out in the 11th chapter that Lot was Abram's nephew, that Lot was begotten by Abram's brother Haran. Well, in the 8th verse, it tells us, to allow us to know how they spoke to one another and how they thought upon one another. It tells us in the 8th verse, and Abram said unto Lot, let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee. He's talking to Abram. Abram is talking to Lot. And between, my herdmen and thy herdmen. Why not? It reads, for we be brethren. We brothers. even though Lot is not his brother. Lot is his nephew. Lot is Abram's brother's son. But their custom, their tradition, denote their family as brothers and sisters. Thus, let us turn to the 20th chapter of Genesis. And in your understanding, please take note, these things were done in their generation. Thus, it tells us in the 20th chapter of Genesis, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country and dwelt between Kadesh and Sur, and sojourned in Gur. And Abraham said unto Sarah, his wife, She is my sister. And Amalek, king of Gur, sent and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Amalek in a dream by night, and said unto him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's sister. No, he wouldn't have got in trouble for that. You're going to get in trouble in this generation because the woman you have taken is a man's wife, married to a husband. And Amalek had not come near her, he hadn't sexed her, and he said, Master, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister. And she, even she herself, said, He is my brother. And the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this. And Yahweh said unto him in a dream, Yeah, I know that thou did this in the integrity of thy heart. No, for I also withheld thee from sinning against me. The Almighty is behind all of this. And I wanted to state that because here is the second time that Abram told someone that Sarah was his sister. And the reason he did so is because of his lack of faith at this time in Yahweh. Even though Yahweh is with him, even though Yahweh is the one that told him to leave his father's house and walk with him and follow him, he still had lack. He's only human. He still had lack of fear. And that lack of fear caused him to come up with this deceit. And just tell the man, or whoever it is that we run into, you're just my sister. Well, the Almighty allowed us to know that he was behind all these things and that the Almighty is going to protect him and Sarah no matter where they go to the days of their death. Thus, it tells us again in the 6th verse, and Yahweh said unto him in a dream, Yeah, I know that thou did this in the integrity of thy heart, for I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffer I thee not, I'm the one that stopped you, not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife. For he, the man that is a prophet. He is a son of Elohim. And he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Therefore Amalek rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears. And the men were so afraid, or sore afraid. Then Amalek called Abraham, and said unto him, What hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. You lied to me, you deceived me. And Amalek said unto Abraham, What sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? The 11th verse. And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of Yahweh is not in this place, and they shall slay me for my wife's sake. So that's the only reason he said he telling them or told them that Sarah was his wife, his daughter, his sister instead of his wife. And yet, please take note of the 12th verse. And yet, indeed, she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. So this is allowing us to know, based on what we just read in the 11th chapter, the 29th verse, that she was Tyre's daughter, but not by the same wife. She is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. It tells us here, it speaks of Sarah being his half-sister, coming from the same father, but not from the same mother, like a half-sister. Based on the different teachings that we find in these books, many of the Jewish traditions refers her as Abram's half-sister. The books of antiquities found written by Josephus and the writings of Jerome identifies Sarah with Ishkar. So many of them identify Sarah with Ishkar. Found in the 11th chapter of Genesis, the 29th verse, the daughter of Haran and sister of Lot. And as I stated, Lot had already called Abraham his brother. In the 13th chapter, the 8th verse. It also tells us dealing with this generations and this period, it allows us to know that there was a forbidden sexual practice going on, and we can find that practice in the 19th chapter. The 19th chapter of Genesis. Make sure I ain't missing nothing. The 19th chapter of Genesis. And we are following the pattern that we find in the early generations. And these men married of their household, of their nativity, and then they send their children off with the same command. And in looking at the evidence that is found later on in perspective, we find that their sons do not marry their sisters, but instead they marry one of their relatives. Just like Lot was not Abraham's brother, but he called him his brother. And just like we just read, Sarah was Abraham's wife, but she was told to be called his sister. Well, before we continue on that, let's show the next forbidden sexual practice that we find. And there is a forbidden practice in Genesis, the 19th chapter. And the practice is homosexuality. It is male and female prostitution, like a idolatrous prostitution. And we also going to find incest. Incest is denoted a man laying and having sex and having children from his own children. And those will be the forbidden sexual practices that we're about to reveal in the book of Genesis, the 19th chapter. And we're bringing all these things out from the beginning. But it's going to lead us to all that Yahweh said that is forbidden for the children of Israel. And the children of Israel is none other than the grandchildren of Abram. Which truly still denotes the sons of Elohim, not the children of men. It tells us in Genesis, the 19th chapter, and it reads in the very first verse, and there came two angels to Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom, and Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, behold now, my masters, turn in, I pray you, into your servant house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your way. And they said, nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed it upon them greatly, and they turned into him, and entered into his house, And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, where are the men which came in to see into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. This terminology of know them or knew them do not denote one being greeted. It denotes a sexual act. Just like we read in Genesis 5, in Genesis 4, verse 25, it says, and Adam knew his wife again. The 4th chapter, the 1st verse says, and Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived. So this know denote a sexual act. It continues to read, in the 6th verse, and Lot went out at the door into them, and shut the door behind him, and said, I pray you, brothers, do not so wickedly. So it allows us to know this act that we are displaying and showing forth today is denoted as sin. Thus Noah told these men to do not so wickedly. Behold now, please take note, the compromise. Please take note, the right path. It says, behold now, I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. There go the word known again. Let me, I pray you, bring them out to you, and do you to them what you think you should do to a man, which is gay, which is homosexuality, which is being a sodomite. It says, and do you to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And dealing with hospitality, you're supposed to protect and take care of your company. And that's exactly what Lot was doing. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will need be a judge. Now, will we deal worse with thee than with them? And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. They so evil, they so lustful in these forbidden practices that they gonna break this man's door down to get these 2 to men. It tells us in the 10th verse, but the men put forth their hand, because they were two angels, and pulled Lot into the house to them and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, the angels, that is, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, hast thou here any besides son-in-law, and thy sons and thy daughters? And whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahweh. So Yahweh see these forbidden practices. He hear these forbidden practices, and Yahweh is ready to destroy this land because of these forbidden practices, forbidden sexual practices. And Yahweh has sent us to destroy it. The 14th verse reads, and Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law. There go. We found that a daughter-in-law is not one that is married from a brother or sister married from another mother, but this son-in-law denotes a man marrying my daughter makes him my son-in-law. Thus it tells us in the 14th verse, and Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, get up, get you out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked into his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, arise, take thy wife and thy two daughters. Don't worry about the guys. Don't worry about your son-in-law, because they just mocked the words of Yah. It reads, which are here, lest I be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his two daughters, Yahweh being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither stay thy in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest I be consumed. And Lot said unto them, oh, not so, my master. Behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast shown unto me, in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee into, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape tighter. Is it not a little one, and my soul shall live? And he said unto him, see, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city, for the which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape tighter, for I cannot do anything till thou become tighter or there. Therefore the name of the city was called Zor. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zor. Then Yahweh rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all the inhabitants of the cities and that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked backwards, or his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt because of disobedience. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yahweh. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the plain, that Elohim remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt. So the forbidden sexual practice that was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah was homosexuality and what is known as cultural prostitution. That's what denotes a sodomite. Well, that definition is found later on in retrospect in the book of the law. But before the book of the law, the town or the city is called Sodom. And it is the men of Sodom that brought forth Yahweh raining down fire upon them. But in the 30th verse, we find another forbidden sexual practice. Thus, let's start reading at the 30th verse to the 38th verse. And it reads, And Lot went up out of Zor and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters with him. For he feared to dwell in Zor, and he dwelt in a cave. And he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth. Seeing what happened to that country, seeing what happened in that city, the daughters of Lot believed that Yahweh had destroyed all the men, because it was the men that tried to lay with the angels. It was the men of that city and of that country that was practicing being sodomites, and that was practicing homosexuality. Thus it tells us in the 32nd verse, Come, let us make our father drink wine. And don't forget what happened with Noah and Ham. Noah became drunk, he was naked, and they had to cover him. But one of the sons looked upon him. Thus their grandson, or his son, was cursed. Well, here it tells us in the 32nd verse, Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lay with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. So they had in their mind that if we lay with him, we can preserve his seed. The 33rd verse reads, and they made their fathers drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and laid with her father, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thy in, lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our fathers. Here is a case that is known as incest, and they are laying with their own fathers. Unfortunately, those crazy things still goes on today. It tells us in the 35th verse, and they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their fathers. That is incest. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab, the Moabite. The same is the father of the Moabite, and to this day. And the Moabite is one of the nations that Yahweh told us to never marry. The 38th verse reads, and the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben-Ammi. The same is the father of the children of Ammon. Ammon is another nation, the Ammonites of Canaan, that Yahweh told his children, the children of Israel, to never marry. Thus it closed, the same is the father of the children of Ammon, and to this day. So there is a case of incest that was not really condemned according to these generations, but we're going to find that they are condemned dealing with the forbidden sexual practices of the children of Israel. We also find in this plight, if we take a look in the 20th chapter, and let's take a look in Genesis, the 20th chapter, and let's read at the very first verse. I think we already read that, so I'm not going to reiterate on that. That was the second one I thought I used, dealing with Abraham. Let me look at my notes one more time. Yes, that was the second. We already read that one. Or did we? Let me hold on one second, please. Yes, we did. But I would like to pick up, because I'm not for sure. I don't remember reading that last verse, but I would like to pick up in the 20th chapter, going in chronological order. If I didn't read it, we got it down twice. In the 20th chapter, I would like to pick up at the 11th verse. And it tells us again, because I'm quite sure I read it, and Abraham, Genesis 20, verse 11, going according to the number. And Abraham said, because I thought surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. She became my wife. And it came to pass when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, this is thy kindness, which thou shalt show unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, he is my brother. And Amalek took sheep and oxen and manservant and womenservant and gave them to Abraham and restored him Sarah his wife. And Amalek said, behold, my land is before thee, the well where it pleases thee. And unto Sarah he said, behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes, and to all that are with thee, and with all others. Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto Elohim, and Elohim healed Amalek and his wife and his manservants, and they bare children. For before Abraham's prayer, it tells us in closing in the 18th verse, for Yahweh had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Amalek, because of Sarah's, Abraham's wife. And I stated that this custom, this tradition continued on, because when Isaac is born, or before Isaac is born, Abraham commanded his servant to make sure he take his son to his kindred, that he marry not a Canaanite. And the Canaanites were already in the land. They had already traveled into the land. They left when they went into Haran. Haran is in Canaan. So it tells us, let me make sure I'm at the right part. If we pick up at the 24th chapter, and let's read the first 7 verses, just to show that this sexual practice was continued, but it changes based on the generation, because what is taught is that Abraham married his sister. Well, look what Abraham tells his servant that his son should marry. And if it is following in the footsteps of this culture, then it should be his sister. Thus, it tells us in Genesis, the 24th chapter, the very first verse, we're going to read the first 7 verses, and it reads, and Abraham was old and dwelt stricken in age, and Yahweh had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and I will make thee swear by Yahweh, the Elohim of heaven, and the Elohim of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife into my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. But thou shalt go into my country, and to my kindred, and take a wife, and to my son Isaac. Well, where was his kindred? Where was his country? And you can find that in the last verse of the 11th chapter of Genesis. It was Ur of the Chaldees. So that's where Abraham is making his servant promise him where he will take Isaac to take a wife. Well, according to the rumor, Abraham didn't do that. Abraham took his sister. Why isn't Abraham telling Isaac to take your sister? It continues to read, in the 4th verse, but thou shalt go into my country, and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac. And the servant said unto him, peradventure, the woman will not be willing to follow me into this land. Must I needs bring thy son again into the land from whence thou camest? And Abraham said unto him, beware that thou bring not my son tighter again. Yahweh Elohim of heaven, which took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and which speak unto me, and that swear unto me, saying, and to thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. So we see the order, we see the custom, we see the tradition that is being given to Abraham's son. Well, let's take a look at the 28th chapter of Genesis. Let's see, do this order change dealing with his grandson? Genesis, the 28th chapter. And we find in Genesis, the 28th chapter, the first 5 verses. And it reads, and Isaac called Jacob, and blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him, thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And Canaan denotes looking upon his father's nakedness. He became cursed. He became, based on what Ham did, he became cursed. He became a servant to Shem and Japheth. Well, in knowing these things, it was always ordered that they were not to marry the daughters of those servants, which Cain became. It tells us in the 2nd verse of the 28th chapter of Genesis, arise, go to Paran, Aram, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father. See that? Bethuel, thy mother's father. And take thee a wife from thence, of the daughters of Laban, thy mother's brother. That sounds like daughters from an uncle, which denotes cousin. And Elohim Almighty bless thee, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people, and give thee the blessing of Abraham to thee and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land, wherein thou art a stranger, which Yahweh gave unto Abraham. The 5th verse will be the last verse I will read. Now I'll read to the 6th verse. And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Padan Aram, and to Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. The 6th verse, when Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Padan Aram to take him a wife from thence, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padan Aram. I'll stop at the 9th verse. And Esau, seeing Jacob's brother, that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau into Ishmael, and took into the wives which he had Mahela, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife. So it allows us to know how Abraham's children got their wives, and their wives were not their sisters. Also, we find in the 29th chapter of Genesis, and it tells us in the 29th chapter of Genesis, if we take a look at the first 5 verses, and they read, Then Jacob went on his journey and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field, and lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And tighter were all the flocks gathered, and they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in his place. And Jacob said unto them, My brethren, brothers and sisters, from the same father, different mothers, it says, and the mother's people, it says, but he still called them brethren, which be ye. And they said, Of Haran we are. And he said to them, Know ye Laban, the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. Nahor was Abram's brother. The 6th verse reads, And he said unto them, Is he well? And they said, He is well. And behold, Rachel, his daughter. Well, Rachel is Haran's daughter. And then Jacob married her. That means he's marrying a distant cousin. Rachel, his daughter, comes with the sheep. We also find in this same chapter, if we start reading from the 31st verse, and it reads, giving a family record of Jacob. Thus it reads. 1 second, please. It tells us in the 31st verse of Genesis 29, and when Yahweh saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bare a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said, surely Yahweh have looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me. The husband was none other than Jacob. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, because Yahweh have heard that I was hated, he have therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Simeon. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, now this time will my husband be joined into me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again and bare a son. And she said, now will I praise Yahweh. Therefore she called his name Yehudah, and left bearing. The 30th chapter, the first 3 verses read, and when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob, give me children, or else I die. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel. Please take note of his response, because it allows us to know that everything that Yahweh have done, he have done good, and it was beautifully done in his time. Thus it reads, and Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel based on her request, and said, am I in Yahweh's stead, who have withheld thee the fruit of the womb? And not only was Rachel withheld, so was Abraham's wife. Sarah didn't have a child until she became 90 years old. So it allows us to know that Yahweh is in control of all of these things. What will come out of the womb, and when, and by who. It also tells us, dealing with a forbidden sexual practice, if we turn our scriptures to the 34th chapter of Genesis. The 34th chapter of Genesis. I just used what I just used to show after Abraham and the thought that Abraham laid with his sister, we seen that the custom or tradition of whatever we think we read in the 11th chapter continued. And when we see it continuing with 3 other, or at least 2 other generations, it was not them laying nor marrying their sisters, but they married what is known as sisters and brethren by going back to their kindred house, either of their father or of their mother, and took on a wife. Now we're showing another forbidden sexual practice that was done among these people. And let's show that in the 34th chapter. And what we are going to show in the 34th chapter is a case of rape. Thus, rape is a forbidden practice. It tells us in the very first verse. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, allows us to know that Jacob had a daughter. He didn't just have 12 sons. He had a daughter. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And with Shem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite people that we are not to marry, one of the Canaanite nations, the Hivite prince of the country, saw her. He took her and lay with her and defiled her. And his soul cleaved unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob. And he loved the damsel, and speak kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem speak unto his father, Hamor, saying, get me this damsel to wife. He already done laid with her, though. Now he asked him to get her to be his wife. And this is a proof that laying with a woman do not make you or make her your wife. You have to be married to have a wife. It tells us, even though he already done laid with her, she wasn't his wife. The 5th verse reads, and Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out into Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it. And the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Israel, and lain with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, the soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I pray you, give her him to wife. And make ye marriages. That's the only way you're a wife, not the sex. And make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters, please take note, into us. And take our daughters into you, and you shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you, dwell and trade you therein, and get you possession therein. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, let me find grace in your eyes, and what you shall say unto me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as you shall say unto me. But give me the damsel to wife. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, because he had defiled Dinah his sister, their sister, and they said unto them, we cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. And he said these things in deceit. That is not the reason why you are not to give your daughter into the Canaanites. The reason you are not to give your daughters into the Canaanites is because they don't deal with Elohim, because they are evil, because the children, many of them, come by way of incest. Also, the Almighty told Israel that they will turn you from him. So he never wanted you to give your sons to their daughters, nor your daughters to their sons. But in this instance, in this generation, they are speaking these things in deceit to deceive these people that they may punish them for the rape of our sister Diane. Thus it reads. Again in the 14th verse, and they said unto them, we cannot do this thing to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you, if you will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Then will we give our daughters into you, and we will take your daughters into us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. Impossible. The 17th verse reads, but if you will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then will we take our daughter, and we will be gone. And their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came into the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, these men are peaceable with us. Therefore let them dwell in the land, and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent unto us, for to dwell with us, to be one people. If every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised, shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. And into Hamor and into Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore from the circumcision, that two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males, killed them all. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. And how did they defile her? By raping her. He forced himself on her. Then he was overwhelmed with her beauty, and who she was, to where he wanted to make her his wife. The first act was rape, and that is a forbidden sexual practice among Israel. That's why all the men were killed by the edge of the sword. It continues to tell us how they punished them. In the 28th verse, they took their sheep and their oxen and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives took they captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. because they raped our sister. And it also tells us in the 31st verse, and they said, should he deal with our sister as with an harlot, as a whore? You think you can just lay with our sister and give up a couple of dollars? So the forbidden sexual practice was rape. The forbidden sexual practice was thinking that our sister was just a whore. We also find, if we take a look at the 35th chapter, the 35th chapter of Genesis, and it tells us in the 35th chapter of Genesis, if we pick up at the 22nd verse, and what we find in this 22nd verse, it reads, and it came to pass when Israel, another forbidden sexual practice, and it came to pass when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben, the firstborn son of Jacob, went and lay with Bela, his father's concubine, his father's wife. And Israel, which is Yehuda, and Israel, which is Jacob, heard it. Now the sons of Jacob was 12. So I just want y'all to know with this verse that Reuben looked upon Jacob's wife. Not his mother, but Jacob's wife. And it allows us to know, if we take a look at the 38th chapter, the 38th chapter of Genesis. But before we go to the 38th chapter of Genesis, let me go ahead and tie this together, what we just read in Genesis 35:22. It says again, and it came to pass when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bela, his father's concubine, and Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob was 12. Well, to continue this, let's turn our scripture to the 49th chapter of Genesis. The 49th chapter of Genesis. And let's take a look at the 4th verse. I'll start at the 3rd and read to the 4th. And it allows us to know how they looked upon that forbidden sexual practice that Reuben did. Thus it tells us in Genesis 49, verse 2, gather yourselves together and hear, you sons of Jacob, and hearken unto Israel your father. Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. But note the 4th verse. Unstable as water, thou shalt not excel. Why not? Because thou wentest up to thy father's bed. Well, was it forbidden? Was it righteous? It says, then defilest thou it. He went up to my crotch. So it lets us know that that was a forbidden practice, and he was punished for it. We also find if we take a look in the book of Leviticus, but before we take a look in the book of Leviticus, I would like to show what we find in the book of Chronicles. The book of Chronicles, we can find in the very first chapter the genealogies of these people. And I just want to make something known before we go into the law and forbidden sexual practices of Israel. I would like to give the genealogy, to show the genealogy of these people and of what we just read about in First Chronicles, and allow you to see what is omitted. Let us turn to First Chronicles right quick before we go to Leviticus, the 18th chapter. First Chronicles, the very first chapter. And what we find in First Chronicles, the very first chapter, the very first verse, we see about Adam, Seth, and you notice Cain and Abel is not mentioned, but it still denotes the family record of Adam. And this family record of Adam, I guess, denotes the Elohimly seed. Even though Cain was still alive, Abel was dead, but his name is not mentioned. I just want y'all to see that. I want you to recognize that Abel's name is not mentioned in the family record from Adam to Abraham. Also, I want you to see, according to the 26th verse and the 27th verse, and it tells us Shirah, Nahor, and Tyre. Abram, the same as Abraham. We don't see Lot. We don't see Sarah in this genealogy. And a lot of people say, well, that's because they neglected to put the women names down. Well, that could be somewhat true, but we know, according to what we read, they had sons and daughters. And if you take a look at the second chapter, well, we can stay here for a minute, and you see, dealing with the 28th verse, it talks about Ishmael and Keturah. Keturah was Abraham's second wife that he married after Sarah. But it gives a record of Keturah, and it tells us about the sons of Keturah, Abraham's concubine, and who she bare. And then it goes on, talk about Esau and who he bared. And then you get to the second chapter, the first verse, it says, these are the sons of Israel: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Yehuda, Issachar, Zebulun, Dan, Joseph, Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. Note, Sister Dinah is not mentioned. And we just read a story dealing with Jacob's daughter, but she is not mentioned. And then you go down to the third or the fourth verse of the second chapter of First Chronicles, and it mentions Tamar. And I think I passed that up, so I need to read that before we even go any farther. But it mentions Tamar. One second. I don't know how I missed that. Yes, it mentions Tamar. I said I was going to go back. I finished up with Genesis 49 to go with what we read in Genesis 35:22. Now we need to go back to Genesis 38, and then we'll go to Leviticus 18. But in showing these things, it allows us to know in the 4th verse of the 2nd chapter, Tamar, his daughter-in-law, bare him Perez. And how was Tamar his daughter-in-law? Because Tamar was married to one of Yehuda's sons. So we keep getting the definition of daughter-in-law being one married to a man's son, or son-in-law, one being married to a man's daughter. So I just wanted you to see these things, and I wanted you to see that some of the women is omitted. They are not mentioned, like Sister Dinah nor Sister Sarah, in the chronology, in the genealogy of Abraham's family record, all the way back to Adam. Now, before we go into the book of the law, we need to read one more testimony of a forbidden sexual practice, and that is found in Genesis, the 38th chapter. I don't want to pass up anything that I got written down, so let's go to Genesis, the 38th chapter, and that will be the last testimony that we will show in the book of Genesis. Genesis, the 38th chapter. And it tells us in Genesis, the 38th chapter, let's start at the very first verse. And it reads, and it came to pass at that time that Yehuda went down from his brethren and turned in to a certain Adulamite, whose name was Harah. And Yehuda saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua. And he took her and went into her. That is forbidden. But we still see the facts that took place in their generation. And she conceived and bare a son and called his name And she conceived again and bare a son and called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bare a son and called his name Selah. And he was at Sebet when she bare him. And Yehuda took a wife of No, he took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Yehuda's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of Yahweh. And Yahweh killed him. Yahweh slew him. And Yehuda said unto Onan, go in into thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up a seed to thy brother. This is not forbidden. We're going to find, and we can show this same law, or this same doing under the law. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in into his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brothers. Just saying that he pulled out. He still went into her, but he pulled out. And when one does such an evil thing, according to the law, they untied his shoe and they spit in his face. It denoted shame, because it was honor to raise up a son into thy brother's name. It tells us in the 10th verse, and the thing which he did displeased Yahweh, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Yehuda to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. For he said, lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went, dwelt in her father's house. And in the process of time, the daughter of Shua, Yehuda's wife, died. And Yehuda was comforted and went up into his sheep shear to Timnah, he and his friend Har the Adulamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, behold, thy father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And she put her widow garment off from her and covered her with a veil and wrapped herself and sat in an open place, which is by the way of Timnah, for she saw that Selah was grown and she was not given into him to wife. Then Yehuda saw her, and he thought her to be an harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned into her by the way and said, go to, I pray thee, let me come into thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, what wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in into me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, wilt thou give me a plague till thou send it? And he said, what plague shall I give thee? And she said, thy signet, and thy bracelets, and thy staff that is in thy hand. And he gave it her, and came in into her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil, from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehuda sent the kid by the hand of his friend, the Adulamite, to receive his plague from the woman's hand. But he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, there was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Yehuda and said, I cannot find her. Also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Yehuda said, let her take it to her, lest we be ashamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after that, it was told Yehuda, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, has played the harlot. Being a whore in Israel is a forbidden sexual practice. It was even forbidden among the patriarchs, among their fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thus it reads in the 24th verse, and it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Yehuda, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, hath played the harlot. And also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Yehuda said, bring her forth and let her be burnt. You don't know that you are the one that contribute to her being a whore. You are the one that you that lay with her, and she is carrying your child. Thus the 21st verse reads, when she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man who these are, am I with child? And she said, discern between the right and the wrong, it reads. And she said, discern, I pray thee, who are these? The signet and the bracelets and the staff. And Yehuda acknowledged them and said, she have been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not Shelah, my son, and he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of her travel that, behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she traveled that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, this came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, his brother came out. And she said, how hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Perez, and afterwards came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah. So it allows us to know that a practice was done among the days of Yehuda, and that practice was whoredom. And whoredom with some people that Yahweh has disdain against, and they were none other than the Canaanites. Now, let us turn our scriptures to the book of Leviticus. Leviticus, the 18th chapter. As we read in the book of wisdom, there is no new thing under the sun. And we just showed what was under the sun. And many times it denoted vanity. But we just seen what was done under the sun in the days of Adam all the way up to the days of Jacob and his children. And we know that Jacob's children was called after their fathers, which was the name of Israel. So we find ourselves in the book of Leviticus, dealing with Jacob's seed. And we find them being brought under a covenant of the law. And these words and these practices was commanded to be written down. These were not of the oral, even though we're going to find a lot of similarity. They were not of the oral command, but these were known as the written commands. And in these written commands, there are several forbidden sexual practices that Yahweh commanded his children never to do. Even though you might have whiffed of what went on in generations past, these laws were given to these people in their generations, and this was the last thing said from the creator of the heaven and earth to the children of Elohim. Leviticus, the 18th chapter. And we find in Leviticus, the 18th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, And it tells us in Leviticus, the 18th chapter, the 1st verse, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am Yahweh your Elohim. After the doings of the land of Egypt, so these things were being done in the earth. And they were definitely being done in the country they found themselves being rigorously afflicted under servitude. Thus, it tells them after they are saved out of Egypt, and Egypt today only denotes captivity. So if we're going to make a discernment, if we're going to make a distinction, we can make that distinction with these words and where we find ourselves today. Because today only denotes Egypt. It only denotes Assyria. It only denotes Babylon. When you see those names later on in retrospect, after Israel had been saved out of those places, they only denote captivity. So you can read that and say, after the doings of the land of Egypt, well, we're making a distinction. Would we be doing, trying to fear Yahweh and get understanding, to not do the things that Yahweh hates? Would we not get the same distinction here, knowing that we are not to do after the land of America and the other places that we are scattered abroad? It says, wherein ye dwell, shall ye not do, and after the doings of the land of Canaan, where I bring you, shall ye not do, neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. Well, as I stated earlier, the things that I have read thus far and the things I'm about to read are the place we find ourselves in captivity does these things. But when the Almighty saved Israel out of those places, saved Israel out of captivity, the Almighty always told them not to do after the ordinances of the places you were a slave. Thus, it allows us to know that they were doing many forbidden sexual practices. Thus, the 4th verse reads, ye shall do my judgments and keep my ordinances, to walk therein. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am Yahweh. Well, today, we live in the statutes and the ordinances of the land that we find ourselves captives. They just recently passed I don't remember the letters, dealing with the rainbow and all that mess, those gay people. They just passed the law dealing with gay people. And it is legal. You turn on your TV, you got commercials of 2 men laying together, sitting up together, talking about what type of medication they can take to keep them healthy in their unforbidding sexual acts and practices. So it is legal here in America. Our children come before us today with delusional ideas that they were born a woman or born a man. All these things come by way of this country and their ordinances and their statutes and their teachings. Well, in us making a distinction and seeking the old path, we are warning our brothers and sisters to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. And the evil we are asking them to depart from is all these forbidden sexual practices that we find written in the volume of this book. Thus it tells us in the 6th verse of the 18th chapter of Leviticus. None of you shall approach to any that is near the remainder of his flesh, that is near of kin, to him to uncover their nakedness. That is a forbidden sexual practice. I am Yahweh. It continues to tell one in the 7th verse, the nakedness of thy father, or the nakedness of thy mother. And we have shown 2 testimonies where those things were done in the generations from Adam to Abraham, and they were known as evil. They were the people that committed such acts was labeled as sinners. It continued to tell us in the 7th verse, the nakedness of thy father, or the nakedness of thy mother, shall thy not uncover. Well, today, people uncover the nakedness of their mother and their father today. There's many people that have no idea that the ordinances and the statutes that they live under are forbidden in the eyes of their Maker, even in this generation. It tells us in the 8th verse, the nakedness of thy father's wife shall thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. And that's one of the things that Reuben was accused of. The 9th verse reads, the nakedness of thy sister. And please take note of these verses, because a lot of people say, well, the house of Yisrael, they just be teaching. They don't really know the law. They don't read out the law. And I don't know how they're going to say that. We read out the law every week. Every week we come on, we're reading out the law. We confirm every word. We understand that if Israel was under the covenant of the law, you would be cursed if you did not. For it tells us, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. And all the people shall say, amen. So we confirm the words of the law. We just confirm them with understanding. Thus it tells us in the 9th verse, the nakedness of thy sister. Well, how can I have a baby, or how can I marry my sister if I can't see her nakedness? But please take note, these things are being said later on in retrospect. These are the written words. These are the written laws that Yahweh gave Jacob's children, and they denote that which is forbidden. Thus it tells us in the 9th verse, the nakedness of thy sister. Today, you got magazines, you got movies, you got men and women walking around laying with their sister. And sometimes they say, oh, it's all right, because we ain't got the same mama. Well, here it tells us, the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. And the Almighty told us in the book of Ecclesiastes and in the book of Proverbs that even a child is known by his ways and his doings. And many times, people that don't know these words find themselves bathing their sons and daughters together. They find themselves allowing their sons and daughters to sleep in the same bed. And you never know what's in the mind of your son and daughter because they are never separated. So later on, in retrospect, you find these things. And just like dealing with cousins, later on, in retrospect, you find these things done. And a lot of people done laid with their cousins, just like they done laid with their brothers and their sisters. But the Almighty says, dealing with these forbidden sexual practices, in the 10th verse, the nakedness of thy son's daughter or of thy daughter's daughter, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. For theirs is thy own nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife, daughter. Did you get that? The nakedness of thy father's wife, daughter. Begotten of thy father. She is thy sister. Look at that. The nakedness of thy father's wife, daughter. Begotten of thy father. She is thy sister. The same thing that Abraham said. Well, here it says, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. So if you ain't uncovering her nakedness, she sure ain't your wife. Because you never consummate the marriage. The 12th verse reads, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister, your aunt. She is thy father's near kinsman. Well, they got movies, magazines, and people actually doing it with their aunts and their uncles. The 12th verse reads, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. She is thy father near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister. She is thy mother's kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother. Thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thy aunt. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. You call her half-sister. You call her daughter-in-law because she married the father's son. Well, it says, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. She is thy son's wife. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. There's some stories on now you can find on YouTube where the brother has been fathering his brother's baby, and he just found out that the baby belongs into his brother and not him. And I think he blew his head off. But it tells us, and that's today, but it tells us here in the 16th verse, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. It is thy brother's nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. And this is done prevalently. And people brag about this and don't understand how foolish they sound. Nor do they understand the wickedness and the confusion it will bring. Thus it reads again in the 17th verse of Leviticus, the 18th chapter, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter, neither shall thou take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness. For you, it reads, for they are her near kinswoman, it is wickedness. But we got people bragging about it. Now we got people bragging about a man having the wife, having the mother, and the daughter. We got people bragging that that you find on social media that the woman pregnant and she got the father and the son on both sides. So both ways is being displayed today. Well, those are forbidden practices. No matter how you rage and laugh and cheer in that wickedness, those are wicked acts. Those are forbidden sexual practices in the eyes of your maker, the one that made you. The 18th verse reads, neither shall thou take a wife to her sister, marrying two sisters, to vex her, to uncover nakedness beside the other in her lifetime. And what that is saying, it's possible that you can marry your sister, your wife's sister, but it has to be after she dies. It cannot be good, nor will it be accepted while she is alive. Well, today, we got people bragging about laying with all the sisters of a certain house. Or we got brothers bragging about having two sisters. And they show these things on social media. They show them in books and movies. And many of us know people that even walk in that way. Thus, it continues to tell us in the 19th verse, also thou shalt not approach into a woman to uncover her nakedness as long as she is put away. This is a forbidden sexual practice that is even perpetrated this day. There are many men, unclean, nasty, that lay with women that is put away, that is on their menstrual cycle. Well, the Almighty, your Maker, says, also thou shalt not approach into a woman to uncover her nakedness as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness. Moreover, it continues to tell us about forbidden practices that even is prevalent today. Moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife. Adultery is prevalent, running high in America and abroad, but especially in America. We have men sneaking around with other men's wives. We have men desiring other men's wives. And don't forget, the thought of foolishness is sin. Well, here your maker want me to tell you today, again in the 20th verse, moreover, for all you that think it's cool, for all you that think nobody knows, moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife. Why not? Because you're going to defile yourselves with her. According to the law, the adulterer and the adulteress shall die. And then it allows us to know, I'll go ahead and read these great words that's found in the 21st verse. It's not a sexual act, but it's an act that's truly forbidden. It says, and thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech, neither shall thou profane the name of thy Elohim. I am Yahweh. The 22nd verse reads, thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. Well, we've seen what happened in Genesis, the 19th chapter. And I'm going to show you some more cases, because just like many of you is not going to fear these words and take heed to these words, well, our fathers didn't either. Right after this law was given, I'm going to show you that they did the things that Yahweh said was forbidden. And that's how I know those same things are being done today. All of them. The only one you ain't going to be able to show forth, and it wasn't forbidden, but it was an act. And that was how the Almighty brought forth Eve. You can't show me that, but I can show you the rest of these sexual acts and how they was brought forth. But the Almighty made Eve out of his rib, and you'll never be able to show that again. But we showed those things to let you know how Yahweh made man, and all of his creation was good, right, good, and beautiful, even though we might not understand it. And we know why we're not understanding them, because those things were done in those generations, and the Almighty has set the world in our heart where we can't understand the works of Yahweh. But we can understand these words if we read them and teach them correctly. Thus it tells us, again in the 22nd verse, thou shalt not lie with a mankind as with womankind. That is called homosexuality. That is called gay. That is called a sodomite. It is an abomination. Neither shall thou lie with any beast. You can find that today. You got these ladies with dogs, and every woman I see with a dog got her in the bed. Got the dog in the bed. Ain't no telling what that dog doing. But one thing we can tell, that is nothing new under the sun. And people have laid with beasts. Thus, the Almighty commanded his people and allowed them to know that that was forbidden. Thus, the 3rd verse reads, neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. Why not? You can't see the confusion? You can't see how far off the woman mind is to where she will replace a beast with a man, for a man, thus the Almighty said, it is confusion. He also tells them, defile not yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. And I have always taught everything that Yahweh told his children not to do, the world is doing. Well, today, we find ourselves in the world. So we find all these things around us, and we find ourselves living therein. So many times we're gonna be confused. We're gonna be under wickedness. We're gonna be delusional to where we can't discern between the good and the ungood. We won't be able to discern between the holy and the profane, unless you got one that can teach you these things, as we do this day. So once you learn them, even though you're doing them, you're supposed to fear Yahweh and depart from that evil. It continues to tell us, Israel, if we take a look, I want to pick back up at the 29th verse before we leave the 18th chapter. It tells us in the 18th chapter, the 29th verse, for whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the soul that commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall you keep my ordinances, and his ordinances is you shall not. His ordinance is these things are forbidden, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs, which were committed before you, and is being committed before you today, and that you defile not yourselves therein. If you in the land or not, you still defile your soul if you partake. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. It also tells us in the 20th chapter of Leviticus, more forbidden sexual practices. And as our presentation is titled, Forbidden Sexual Practices of Israel. Because even though they are being admonished of doing such things, we have testimonies that they did them. So we're going to show those testimonies. But as we show this law and these testimonies, we are proclaiming to our brothers and sisters that call themselves the children of Israel to not find themselves guilty in such abominations. Thus, it tells us in the 20th chapter of Leviticus. And we find in the 20th chapter of Leviticus more forbidden sexual practices, but not just more forbidden sexual practices, but also the penalty thereof. It tells us if we start reading at the 10th verse. And it reads in the 10th verse of the 20th chapter of Leviticus, and the man that commits adultery with another man's wife. Adultery is laying, is uncovering the nakedness of another man's wife. Even he that commits adultery, uncovering another man's wife with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. And we are to fear Yahweh and depart from all of these abominations. And one of the reasons why you are to fear Yahweh, besides showing him reverence and besides using your integrity, is because of the knowledge that ye shall die. For doing such an evil work. It also tells us in the 11th verse, and the man that lied with his father's wife have uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. And we just read those things in the generations of Adam all the way up to Abraham. Well, now in the written law it says both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. The 12th verse reads, and if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. And I don't think too many people know these things, because you wouldn't have so many brothers and sisters bragging about laying with their brothers and their sisters. You wouldn't have movies and magazines and people walking around talking to their friend about who they laying with. So these things are prevalent today. And we are warning you to stop the evil, to fear Yahweh and depart, flee, eschew those things. Thus, it tells us, and like I said, this is a teaching called the forbidden sexual practices of Israel. But we are speaking to the world because Israel is scattered in the world. And we are speaking to the people that say they're under the law. We are speaking to the people that say they fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Where if you are doing any one of these things, you are not fearing Yahweh, nor have you departed from evil. It continues to tell us in the 14th verse, and if a man take a wife and her mother, we got people on social media, they patting the butt of the wife and the mama. These things ain't made up. There's nothing new under the sun. All they doing is reenacting the forbidden practices. And who forbids them? Their maker. The 14th verse reads again, and if a man take a wife and her mother, it is wickedness. they shall be burnt with fire. We got men coming in with the young girl looking at their mama. We got men coming in with the mama looking at their daughter. That is wickedness. The 15th verse reads, and if a man lie with a beast, I remember back in the day during the crack epidemic, they used to laugh about how hooked our brothers and sisters was, to the extent these foolish men, and sometimes women, had these men and women to lay with dogs and do sexual acts on dogs just to get their crack. I don't make up anything. Everything I say, I know or I have seen. I just ain't using no names. It continues to tell us again, for such a wicked act, in the 15th verse, and if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and you shall slay the beast. And if a woman approach into any beast and lie down thereto, thou shalt kill the woman, not give her some crack. And the beast, they shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. The 17th verse reads, and if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, well, that's what they said Sarah was. They said Sarah was the daughter of Tyre, but came out another mother. Well, here it says, if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, evil, abomination, and they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. It don't supposed to be accepted as it is today. He have uncovered his sister's nakedness. He shall bear his iniquity. It continue to read and tell us more forbidden sexual practices according to the 18th verse. And if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, her menstruation, and shall uncover her nakedness, he have discovered her fountain, and she have uncovered the fountain of her blood, and both of you shall be cut off from among your people. And thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, your aunt, nor of thy father's sister, your aunt. For he uncovers his near kin, they shall bear their iniquity. And if a man shall lie with his uncle's wife, you'd be surprised how much of this is going on. He have uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin. They shall die childless. And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He hath uncovered his brother's nakedness, they shall be childless. It says also in the 22nd verse, You shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my judgments and do them, that the land, is talking about the promised land, whether I bring you to dwell therein, spew you not out. Well, they didn't. And this promised land spewed them out. And they wind up falling into the enemy's land, where all these things run rampant. It also warned them, and you shall not walk in the manner, and that the manner of the nation today consists of all these things. But our fathers was told, you shall not walk in the manner of the nations, which I cast out before you, for they commit all these things. Thus your brother are teaching you, all these things are among you this day. And therefore I'll hoard them. But I have said unto you, you shall inherit their land, and I will give it to you to possess it. Talking about the land of promise, a land that floweth with milk and honey. I am Yahweh your Elohim. What? It says, which has separated you from other people, because the other people are doing these things. Well, today you're not separated. Today you find yourself among the other people, and all these wicked acts, all these forbidden sexual practices, and many of you are guilty for doing such evil. Today ain't confession day. You ain't got to tell me nothing. Take heed to the warning and share it to your brothers and sisters. It tells us, ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, between unclean fowls and clean. Ye shall, and a lot of you say you do that, but I don't hear many of you talking about these sexual acts. It says, you hurry up and say, well, we don't supposed to eat no pork. But I ain't hearing you saying you don't supposed to lay with your sister or your aunt or your brother's wife. It says, or having the mother and the daughter, or having two sisters, or the woman having the father and the son. I'm not hearing you talk about those things. But I hear you say you put and make a difference between the clean beast and the unclean beast, and between the clean, unclean fowls and the clean. And you shall not make your souls abominable by beasts, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creep upon the ground, which I, Yahweh, have separated from you as unclean. And you shall be holy unto me when you were in the land of promise, under the covenant of the law, adhering to every word. For I, Yahweh, am holy, and have severed. Today you are not severed. Today you find yourself in the midst of all these abominations. Sever you from other people, that you should be mine. I'll stop there. We also find, dealing with forbidden sexual practices, if we take a look, I'll go in chronological order, try to. If we take a look in the book of Deuteronomy, and to go in order, let's go to the 7th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter. More forbidden sexual practices. Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter. And it tells us in the first 8 verses of Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter, forbidden sexual practices that Yahweh hates and that he commanded his children not to practice, not to do. And these practices here dealing with marriage and sex. Thus, it tells us in the first 8 verses of Deuteronomy 7. We say we want to know the law. We say, many of us say we under the law. Well, you better, if you under it and you want to know it, you better know what it says and understand what it means. For it tells us, dealing with the Israelites being in the wilderness under the covenant of the law, they was admonished to not marry, nor have sex, nor allow their sons and their daughters to have sex with certain people. Thus it reads in the very first verse of Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter, to the 8th verse. When Yahweh, for there is a time and season and purpose for everything under the sun. We read that. When Yahweh thy Elohim shall bring you into the land whither thou goes to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, and the Gershites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thy. They wicked too. And when Yahweh thy Elohim shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shall thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give into his son, nor his daughter shall thou take into thy son. Why not? For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of Yahweh be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. That is the punishment. But thus shall you deal with them. You shall destroy their altars. Not marry them and find yourself in the church, but destroy their altars, break down their images, and cut down their groves, and burn their graven images with fire. Why? For thou art an holy people unto Yahweh thy Elohim. That's why you're called the sons of Elohim. Yahweh thy Elohim hath chosen thee to be a special people and to himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth, because all the people on the face of the earth do not consider these sexual practices forbidden. Yahweh did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people. For you were the fewest of all people. I'll stop at the 8th verse. But because Yahweh loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he sworn unto your fathers, have Yahweh brought you out with a mighty hand. And what? Redeemed you out of the house of bondmen. And please take note of this verse, because that is how you will be, that's how you will come out of the curses that is found in in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, especially dealing with the 68th verse. You won't be bought. As it reads, no man shall buy thee. It's not talking about with money. It's talking about being redeemed. just like he did your father, just like he did the same people he talking to in the wilderness during the 40th year of their wandering in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. Thus, in closing, the 8th verse reads again, but because Yahweh loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he has sworn unto your fathers, have Yahweh brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen. Bondmen is bought. Bondmen is sold. It says, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. It also tells us, going in chronological order, if we take a look in the book or the 23rd chapter of Deuteronomy. The 23rd chapter of Deuteronomy further practices sexual practices that are forbidden. The 23rd chapter. And it tells us in the 17th and 18th verse. And it reads, there shall be no whore. Don't forget how Tamar was looked upon. Don't forget why Shishim and Haman, why they was destroyed, because they looked upon our sister Dinah as a whore. They treated her as a whore. They raped her as a whore. The Almighty says in the 17th verse, but these whores that we're talking about here is more of the sodomite type. It is more of a whore, a temple whore. Thus it tells us, there shall be no whore, a sodomite, is I'm saying it right, of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons. Sodom, a sodomite. And as I stated earlier, within the Almighty in Genesis 19, talking to Abraham and dealing with Lot and them, it allows us to know that that city was called Sodom or Sodom. And here, these people, these men are called sodomite. The daughter, even though you find the word whore of the daughters of Israel, denotes a sodomite. So no sodomite nor sodomites, man or woman. Let's read it all together. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore, that's a sodomite, or the price of a dog, that is a sodomite, into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. For any vow, for even both of these, the man or the woman, are an abomination to Yahweh thy Elohim. So here is another forbidden of sexual practice that Yahweh abhors. We also find in the 27th chapter of Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter of Deuteronomy, it tells us, if we pick up at the 20th verse, Deuteronomy 27, let's pick up at the 20th verse, and let's read to the 23rd verse. And it tells us in the 20th verse of the 27th chapter of Deuteronomy, and we'll read all the way to the 26th verse. It says, "Cursed be he that lie with his father's wife." The Almighty is being rhetorical. He is being repetitious with the same words, the same forbidding of these sexual practices. "Cursed be he that lie with his father's wife, because he uncovers his father's skirt." And all the people shall say amen. And I hope after this presentation and hearing these words, I hope all the people say amen and fear Yahweh and depart from such evil ways and evil practices. The 21st verse reads, "Cursed be he that lie with any manner of beast." The Almighty is not saying these things over and over again if men and women is not laying with beasts, if men and women is not laying with their father's wife, if men and women is not lying down and having sex with the mother and the daughter, if not women having sex with the father and the son. The Almighty is not saying these things over and over again, and these things are not in the earth. Thus, it tells us, also again in the 21st verse, "Cursed be he that lie with any manner of beast." And all the people shall say amen. The 22nd verse reads, "Cursed be he that lie with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother." And all the people shall say amen. "Cursed be he that lie with his mother-in-law." And all the people shall say amen. And in closing, the 26th verse reads, and I have to go ahead and read them all. It says in the 25th verse, or the 24th verse, "Cursed be he that smite his neighbor secretly." And all the people shall say amen. "Cursed be he that take reward to slay an innocent person." And all the people shall say amen. "Cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law," all that we have read thus far, "to do them." And all the people shall say amen. But when you say amen, you must fear Yahweh and you must depart from evil. It also tells us, going in chronological order, let us turn our books to the book of Judges. For all of our presentations are taught with light, and that light come by way of the law, as we just left, and the testimonies, where we are going right now. Let us please turn our scriptures to the book of Judges, the 19th chapter. Judges, the 19th chapter. More forbidden acts, even though they were already admonished, even though they were already told, more forbidden practices, sexual forbidden practices of Israel. In the book of Judges, the 19th chapter. For all you that have never read this, even though it's a shame, even though it denotes confusion, and wickedness, and evil, we are to confirm every word. For we call ourselves Yahweh witness, so let's witness. It tells us in the book of Judges, the 19th chapter, and it's a story dealing with a Levite and his wife. And this Levite went after his wife because his wife went back to her father's house. So the husband is going to her father's house to pick up his wife. I would like to start the story because I got a lot of reading to do, and we almost out of this subject matter, but I had two more subject matters that I wanted to include. So due to time restraint, I just gave you an insight of what you will find in the entire chapter of Judges, the 19th chapter. Thus, I will pick up at the 10th verse. And it reads, "But the man would not tarry that night, but he rose up and departed and came over against Jubas," which is an old name for Jerusalem and the Jubassites, which is Jerusalem. Well, it was right there. "And there were with him 2 asses saddled. His concubine also was with him, his wife. And when they were by Jubas, the day was far spent. And the servant said unto his master, Come, I pray thee, and let us turn into this city of the Jubassites, and lodge in it. And the master said unto him, We will not turn aside hither into the city of a stranger, that is not of the children of Israel. We will pass over to Gibeah. And he said unto his servant, Come and let us draw near to one of these places to lodge all night, in Gibeah or in Ramah. And they passed on and went their way, and the sun went down upon them when they were by Gibeah, which belongs to Benjamin. And they turned aside tighter to go in and to lodge in Gibeah. And when he went in, he sat down in a street of the city, for there was no man that took them into his house to lodging. And behold, there came an old man from his work out of the field at even, which was also of Mount Ephraim. And he sojourned in Gibeah, but the men of the place were Benjamites. And when he had lifted up his eyes, he saw a wayfaring man in the street of the city. And the old man said, Where goes thou? And which came or comest thou? And he said unto him, We are passing from Bethlehem, Yehuda, toward the side of Mount Ephraim. From thence am I. And I went to Bethlehem, Yehuda, but I am now going to the house of Yahweh. And there is no man that received me to house. And at this time, the house of the house of Elohim was known to be in Shiloh. That's where the tabernacle was set up. It also tells us yet there's let me finish the last sentence of the 18th verse. But I am now going to the house of Yahweh, and there is no man that receive me to house. Yet there is both straw and provender for our asses, and there is bread and wine also for me, and for thy handmaid, and for the young man which is with thy servants. There is no want of anything. And the old man said, Peace be with thee. Howsoever, let all thy wants lie upon me, hospitality. Only lodge not in the street. So he brought him into his house, and gave provender into the asses, and they washed their feet, and did eat and drink. Now as they were making their hearts merry, behold, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial, evil, wicked people, beset the house round about, something similar to what we read way back when in Genesis, the 19th chapter. It says, beset the house round about, and beat at the door, and speak to the master of the house, the old man, saying, Bring forth the man that came into thy house, that we may know him. There go that word, know. And the man, the master of the house, went out unto them, and said unto them, Nay, my brethren, nay, I pray you, do not so wickedly, seeing that this man is come into my house. Do not this folly. Behold, another compromise. Here is my daughter, a maiden. The old man knew that the acts that they was perpetrating was so evil, so wicked, he was willing to give up his own daughter and the man's wife for them to do with them whatever they pleased, than to do this sodomite work, to do this homosexual work toward this man. Thus it reads in the 28th verse, Behold, here is my daughter, a maiden, and his concubine. Them I will bring out now, and humble you them, and do with them what seemed good unto you. But unto this man, especially a man of Elohim, do not so vile a thing. But the men would not hearken to him. So the men took his concubine and brought her forth into them. And they knew her and abused her all the night until the morning. And when the day began to spring, they let her go. Then came the woman in the dawning of the day, and fell down at the door of the man's house, where her master, her husband, was, till it was light. And her master rose up in the morning and opened the door of the house, and went out to go his way. And behold, the woman, his concubine, was fallen down at the door of the house, and her hands were upon the threshold. And he said unto her, Up, and let us be going. But none answered. Then the man, because she had died, it says, then the man took her up upon an ass, and the man rose up and got him into his place. And when he was come into his house, he took a knife and laid hold on his wife, his concubine, and divided her together with her bones into 12 pieces. and sent her into all the coasts of Israel. The 12 coasts of Israel, each coast received a part of that woman's flesh with the bones intact. And it was so that all that saw it said there was no such deed. Evil, it says, there was no such deed done, nor seen from the day that the children of Israel came up out of the land of Egypt. Note the reference. And to this day. And the Almighty allowed everyone to read this story. It says, consider of it. Take advice and speak your mind. Dealing with this forbidden sexual practices and the act that the man did upon his wife in these generations. So he's talking to whoever seeing this and whoever reading this story. It says, consider of it. Take advice and speak your mind. Well, the advice that I ask you to take today is to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil and do none of these forbidden sexual practices that Israel have committed. The 20th chapter is a good verse to read, for it allows you to know the punishment that befell the Benjamites for such a wicked act. And that punishment was so grievous that if it had continued, we would only have 11 tribes this day, because they were going to destroy the whole tribe of Benjamin. That's how grievous, that's how forbidden the sexual practices was and is. We also find in chronological order if we take a look at 2 Samuel. 2 Samuel, the 13th chapter. Samuel was the last judge. We just came out of the book of Judges. Samuel was the last judge of that generation. And we find in 2 Samuel, the 13th chapter, another forbidden sexual practice that was among Israel. And unfortunately, these practices are among us because we're not severed. We're not sanctified because we're not set apart. But instead, we find ourselves in the nations of those that love and accept these sexual practices. Thus, we should find ourselves in 2 Samuel, the 13th verse, and let's start at the very first verse. And it reads, and it came to pass after this that Absalom, the son of David, had a fair sister. Did y'all catch that? And it came to pass after this that Absalom, the son of David, had a fair sister. Ain't nothing wrong with acknowledging that your brother is handsome. Ain't nothing wrong with acknowledging that your sister is beautiful. But there's a lot wrong when you uncover them. It's a lot wrong when you try to lay with them and have sex with them. Thus the story tells us, and it came to pass after this that Absalom, the son of David, King David, had a fair sister whose name was Tamar. And Ammon, the son of David, loved her. Ain't nothing wrong with loving your people. But everything is wrong when you lay with them that you are forbidden to lay with. Thus, the second verse reads, and Ammon was so vexed, the spirit that was on him, that he fell sick for his sister Tamar. For she was a virgin, and Ammon thought it hard for him to do. Ammon, though it was hard for him to do anything to her. But Ammon had a friend whose name was Yonad, the son of Shema, David's brother. And Yonad was a very subtle man. And he said unto him, why art thou, being the king's son, lean from day to day? Wilt thou not tell me? And Ammon said unto him, I love Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister, from another mother. And Yonad said unto him, lay thee down on thy bed, and make thyself sick. And when thy father come to see thee, say unto him, I pray thee, let my sister Tamar come, and give me meat, and dress the meat in my sight, that I may see it, and eat it at her hand. So Ammon lay down and made himself sick, and when the king David was come to see him, Ammon said unto the king, I pray thee, let Tamar, my sister, come, and make me a couple of cakes in my sight, that I may eat at her hand. Then David sent home to Tamar, saying, go now to thy brother Ammon's house and dress him meat. So Tamar went to her brother Ammon's house, and he was laid down, and she took flour and kneaded it, and made cakes in his sight, and did bake the cakes. And she took a pan and poured them out before him, but he refused to eat. And Ammon said, have out all men from me, putting all the men out of his house. And they went out every man from him. And Ammon said unto Tamar, bring the meat into the chamber, that I may eat of thy hand. And Tamar took the cakes which she had made, and brought them into the chamber, into Ammon her brother. And when she had brought them into him to eat, he took hold of her. Two things he about to do that is forbidden, and that is land with your father's daughter and rape. For it says, he took hold of her and said unto her, come lie with me, my sister. And she answered him, nay, for she knew the law. She knew what Yahweh forbid. It says, nay, my brother, do not force me. If he forced her, he raped her. For no such thing ought to be done in Israel. Do not this folly. And whither shall I cause my shame to go? And as for thee, thou shalt be as one of the fools in Israel. Now therefore, and if we are constantly walking in these forbidden sexual practices, it is only because you are a fool. It says, now therefore I pray thee, speak unto the king, for he will not withhold me from thee. Howbeit he would not hearken unto her voice, but being stronger than she, forced her and laid with her. Then Ammon hated her exceedingly. So the Almighty got a spirit on him. This guy confused. It says, then Ammon hated her after he forced her and laid with her and became one of the fools of Israel. It says, then Ammon hated her exceedingly, so that the hatred wherewith he hated her was greater than the love wherewith he had loved her. And Ammon said unto her, arise, get out of here. It said, arise and be gone. And she said unto him, there is no cause. This evil in sending me away is greater than the other that thou did unto me. But he would not hearken unto her. Then he called his servant that ministered unto him and said, put now this woman out from me, and bolt the door after her. And she had a garment of diverse colors upon her, for with such robe was the king's daughters, that were virgins of pearl. Then his servant brought her out and bolted the door after her. And Tamar put ashes on her head and rent her garment of diverse colors that was on her, and laid her hand on her head and went on crying. I just wanted to show the act, and I wanted to allow you to see that it was a forbidden sexual act. It was rape, and it was rape of a daughter of your father. In your spare time, please read the entire chapter, because it allows you to know what David's other son did to him. And that other son was Absalom. It allows you to know how Absalom avenged Tamar. I just wanted to show the acts. Due to time restraint, I'm not going to be able to read every word of these great testimonies. So I'm bringing out the points that we are using and advising each and every one of you to continue reading the story. Next, we find, in chronological order, is found in 1 Kings. Let us turn our scriptures to 1 Kings, the 14th chapter. And 1 Kings, the 14th chapter, is way after the book of Leviticus. But we see that the people did not take heed. The people did not fear Yahweh. Thus, they did not depart from these forbidden, evil, sexual practices. 1 Kings, the 14th chapter. And it tells us in the 14th chapter, if we read the 22nd to the 24th verse. And it reads, Moreover, Yahweh shall raise him up a king over Israel, who shall cut off the house of Jeroboam that day, but what? Even now. For Yahweh shall smite Israel as a reed is shaken in the water, and he shall root up Israel out of his good land. 1 second. Reading from the strong verse. We are in 1 Kings, the 14th chapter. We should be at the 22nd verse. And we're going to read to the 24th verse. Thus it reads. And Yehuda did evil in the sight of Yahweh. And this evil denoted forbidden sexual practices. And they provoked him to jealousy with their sins, which they had committed, above all that their fathers have done. And we showed some of the things that their fathers have done. For they also built them high places, and images, and groves on every high hill, and under every green tree. The 24th verse, the last verse I will read. And there were also Sodomites, or Sodomites, in the land, and they did according to all the abominations of the nations which Yahweh cast out before the children of Israel. So later on, in retrospect, the children of Israel were still having Sodomites. They were still committing forbidden sexual practices even in the land of the living. It also tells us in the very next chapter, if we go there, please, the 15th chapter. And it tells us in the 15th chapter, if we read the 11th and the 12th verse, it reads, And Asa did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, as did David his father. And he took away the Sodomites. You can't take them away if they ain't there. They was there, working prevalently in their evil acts. Thus, the testimony says, and he took away the Sodomites out of the land, and removed all the idols that his fathers had made. And I stated earlier, a lot of times the Sodomites and the Sodomites are known as male and female cult prostitutes. Well, at this day, Asa did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, and it says he took away the Sodomites out of the land and removed all the idols that his father had made. We also find in the 22nd chapter, the 22nd chapter. It can't be the 22nd. Yes, the 22nd chapter of 1 Kings. And let's take a look at the 46th verse. And it reads, Now, let's start at the 45th verse. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat and his might that he showed and how he warred, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Yehuda? And the remnant, those that are left, of the Sodomites, which remained in the days of his fathers Asa, he took out of the land. So even here, it continues to show us that these forbidden practices, these forbidden sexual practices, was running rapid among the children of Israel. And one more place that I would love to go, going in chronological order, is 2 Kings. Let us turn our scriptures to 2 Kings, the 23rd chapter. 2 Kings, the 23rd chapter. And let's see what it reads in the 7th verse. 2 Kings, the 23rd chapter. I'll start at the 5th verse and read to the 7th verse. And it reads, "And he put down the idolatrous priests whom the kings of Yehuda had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Yehuda and in the place round about Jerusalem. Them also that burnt incense to Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets, and to all the host of heaven. And he brought out the groves from the house of Yahweh without Jerusalem, and to the brook Kidron, and burnt it at the brook Kidron, and stumped it small to powder, and cast the powder thereof upon the graves of the children of the people." The 7th verse reads, as it read in Deuteronomy 23, 17 and 18, "And he brake down the houses of the Sodomites that were by the house of Yahweh, where the women wove hangings for the grove." So again, more testimonies that these type of sexual forbidden practices had to be removed out of the land or destroyed. It also tells us, by way of testimony, if we take a look in the book of Ezekiel. Let us go to the book of Ezekiel. We're almost done with this subject matter. We have a couple more verses, chapter and verses, trying to go in chronological order. So let's go to Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter. Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter, dealing with forbidden sexual practices of Israel. We see why they are forbidden, and we see who is doing them, and we also have shown the punishment for such forbidden sexual practices in Israel. And we are warning our brothers and sisters today who say they fear Yahweh and that they depart from evil, that say they under the covenant of the law. We are using this presentation to warn you to turn from your evil ways and find yourself not under any of these forbidden sexual practices that your Maker hates. Ezekiel, the 22nd chapter, please. And it tells us in the 22nd chapter of Ezekiel, if we pick up at the 10th verse, Ezekiel 22, verse 10. And it reads, I'll start at the 9th verse. And these are men that carry tails to shed blood, and indeed they eat upon the mountains. In the midst of thee they commit lawlessness. Indeed have they discovered their father's nakedness. That's sin. That's evil. That's forbidden. Indeed have they humbled her that was set apart for pollution. That's evil. That's wickedness. But they didn't stop there. It says, and one have committed abomination with his neighbor's wife. That's adultery. And another have lawfully defiled his daughter-in-law. And another indeed have humbled his sister. These are hundreds of years later, and the foolishness is still going on because they fear not Yahweh, nor have they departed from the forbidden sexual acts. It says, and another indeed have humbled his sister, his father's daughter. Well, that's how they say Sarah came about. It also says in the 12th verse, indeed have they taken gifts to shed blood. Thou hast taken usury and increase, and thou hast greedily gained of thy neighbor by extortion, and hast forgotten me, said Yahweh. So all these things, all these forbidden sexual practices is being done because they fear not Yahweh, because they refuse to depart from evil, and because they have forgotten their maker. Instead, they have learned the ways of the heathens, the ways and the ordinances and the statutes of the people that they are among, to the extent that they continue to practice these forbidden sexual acts. All the way up until they had to get cast out of that land. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Amos, the 2nd chapter of Amos. Let us go there, please. And it tells us in Amos, the 7th verse. Amos, the 2nd chapter, the 7th verse. And it tells us in Amos, the 2nd chapter, the 7th verse, that paint after the dust of the earth on the head of the poor, and turn aside the way of the meek. And a man and his father will go into the same maze. That's sin. To profane my holy name. So today we got stories of the woman having the father and her son, or the father and his son. Well, we also got stories that a man go in to the mother and the daughter. Both acts are forbidden sexual practices that Yahweh hates, and that Yahweh told his people not to do. And if you truly fear Yahweh, and if you have truly departed from evil, you will not find yourself in any one of those situations. You're not going to be where the man and his father go in the same maid, nor would you be the woman and her daughter going into the same man. Those practices would not be in your thoughts if you truly fear Yahweh and have departed from evil. But you can rest assured these things are prevalent among us this day. And also, it tells us in the book of Malachi. Let us go to the book of Malachi, because we started in Genesis, and it took us all the way to the beginning, to the end. And the last book of our Holy Scripture is Malachi. Let us take a look in the book of Malachi, the first chapter, and let's pick up at the 10th verse. Malachi, the first chapter. Let's start reading the 10th verse. And we will read to the 17th verse. Thus it reads. And please take note of the wording. That way you can connect the forbidden sexual practice. Have we not all one Father? Have not one Elohim created us? Why do we deal treacherously, every man, against his brother? By profaning the covenant of our fathers. And I just spent a couple of hours showing how easy it is to profane the covenant of our fathers by doing such forbidden sexual practices. Yehuda have dealt treacherously, and an abomination is committed in Israel and in Jerusalem. For Yehuda have profaned the holiness of Yahweh, which he loved, and have what? Married the daughters of a strange God. Yahweh will cut off the man that does such forbidden sexual practices. It reads, and Yahweh will cut off the man that does this, the master and the scholar out of the tabernacle of Jacob, and him that offer an offering unto Yahweh of hosts. And this have you done again, covering the altar of Yahweh with tears, with weeping, and with crying out, insomuch that he regard not the offering anymore, or receive it with goodwill at your hand. Yet you say, wherefore? Because Yahweh has been witness between you and the wife of thy youth, against whom thou hast dealt treacherously. Yet is she thy companion and the wife of thy covenant. And did not he make one? Yet had he the residue of the Spirit. And wherefore one? That he might seek a Elohimly seed. Therefore take good heed of your spirit. Don't let your spirit deceive you. Don't let your spirit be like the spirit that was on Ammon, David's son, to where he's going to disregard these words. His spirit is going to take the fear of Yahweh away from him, and he's going to do the forbidden acts regardless. Thus it says, and did not he make one? Yet had he the residue of the Spirit. And wherefore one? That he might seek an Elohimly seed. Therefore, Israel, take heed to your spirit, and let none deal treacherously against the wife of his youth. For Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, said that he hates putting away. For one covers violence, note what a violence, and how it is covered, with his garment, said Yahweh of hosts. Therefore, Israel, take heed to your spirit, that ye deal not treacherously. You have wearied Yahweh with your words, yet you say, wherein have we wearied him? When you say, everyone that does evil, that does these forbidden sexual practices, today is good, and in the sight of Yahweh, and he delights in them, that is a lie. Or, where is the Elohim of judgment? So I'm used that to say, all that we read could be right in your eyes, depending on your spirit, depending on if you truly love Yahweh, fear him, and depart from evil. Some of these things we brought up is not going to be sweet nor good to you. You're going to say, ain't nothing wrong with my son having sex with my sister, and that's his aunt. Some of you going to say, well, ain't nothing wrong for my son and his sister being raised up together all their life, and they look on each other nakedness and have sex. Some of you are not going to accept these words because of your spirit. And because you don't fear Yahweh, nor do you believe him, as our fathers did. And the last place I would go, even though it's not in chronological order, is back in the book of the law, the 19th chapter, and let's read the 29th verse in closing, dealing with the forbidden sexual practices of Israel. Leviticus, the 19th chapter, and let's read the 29th verse. And it reads, and please take note of the rendering, for it tells us in the book of Leviticus, the 19th chapter, the 29th verse, do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. So another forbidden sexual practice is making your daughter a whore. And these things have been done, and they are still being done. Depend on where you live. Many of you, especially if you're in California, you in New York, you in Arizona, you in Houston, these places see prostitution going on regular. And it is none other than our daughters out there, half naked, selling their selves. So we can act like we don't know these things. But you know where you live at. You know what you see. You know what your children see. There's nothing new under the sun. And these things are going on right now. If I'm wrong, please correct me after the presentation. So I will end on that note. We got a little more time, a little bit. So let me give a few chapter and verses dealing with this tongue, dealing with Yahweh. As the rumor is, Yahweh never said that we will lose our language, that we will, no matter what captivity we find ourselves in, we will always have our tongue. And that is contradictory to what is found in Zephaniah, the 3rd chapter. For as I stated earlier in the introduction, that Zephaniah denotes the Almighty bringing back the true lip to his children, that they all may call on his name with one consent. But I also noted that it's also dealing with a twofold prophecy. And the other part of that prophecy denotes universalism. Not only was he going to bring forth the lip that Israel can call upon his name with one consent, but also the remnant of the nations that would have been left, that they could call upon the Almighty name in that same consent. And we're going to start off showing these truths and showing that when you found yourself in captivity, most times you learned their language. Most times you lost your language. According to the history that is found in America, at least the first 200 years, the black man coming off those ships were not allowed to speak their tongue. They muzzled us, they cut our tongues out, and all those things. And in the process of doing those things, they taught us their language. That way, we can communicate with the master, and the master could communicate with his property. Thus, it tells us in the book of the law, in the book of Deuteronomy, if we take a look at the 28th chapter, the 49th verse. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 49th verse. This part of the presentation is dealing with the language being taken away and a true lip being brought back to these people, that they may call upon their Elohim with one consent. This lip denote language. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 46th verse, please. The 49th verse, please. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 49th verse. And it reads, in warning to those children of Israel that found themselves in the wilderness, free under this great law. And he was told of them, Yahweh shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies. A nation whose tongue, whose lip, whose language thou shalt not understand. Now, once this nation got you, you're going to need this nation for all things, even in understanding what they want, what they saying, and how you are to respond. Most times that came by way of them teaching you their language. And their language was substituted for your language. After you talk some people language, day after day, month after month, year after year, for hundreds of years, you're going to learn that language and you're going to forget your language, especially if your life is being threatened. It also tells us in this same book, the book of Deuteronomy, let's take a look at the 32nd chapter, Deuteronomy 32. And it tells us in the 26th verse, I'll start at the 25th verse to let us know how deep this runs in the whole nation of these people that's being captive. For the 25th verse says, the sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young man and virgin, the suckling, also with the man of gray hair. We all have been taught their language. All the way to the suckling, all the way to the old gray-haired man. That's all he know. He don't know his language no more because he been living in this land for 105 years, and that's all he know is English. That's all he know is the enemy's lip, and that's what he gonna know the day he died. The 26th verse reads, I said I will scatter them into the corners of the enemy's land. I will make the remembrance. Now, I don't know how the remembrance is going to cease, but you know all about yourself. You know all about the language. You can go all the way back to what they call Paleo-Hebrew and even farther back. Well, that don't make sense. For it says, I said I will scatter them into the corners. I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. And that's dealing with being in the corners of the earth. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah, the 28th chapter, Isaiah, the 28th chapter. Please write them down. In case I'm going a little too fast, you will still have the notes written down. Isaiah, the 28th chapter, let's pick up at the 7th verse, and let's read to the 11th verse. And please take note of the wording, for it tells us in the 7th chapter, or the 28th chapter of Isaiah, the 7th verse. But they also have erred through wine and through strong drink, are out of the way. The priests, and those would be the people that keep us in check, that will keep our language intact, but the Almighty is acknowledging that they are already drunk. So they ain't going to help you. It says, the priests and the prophet have erred through strong drink. They are swallowed up of wine. They are out of the way through strong drink. They err in vision. They stumble in judgment. For all the tables are full of vomit and filthiness, so that there is no place clean. Whom shall he teach knowledge? In whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk. And we just read that the remembrance of them being ceased, it's dropping on the gray head all the way to the suckling, the baby. It says, them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. The 11th verse, please take note. Stumbling lips is not your language. It reads, for with stammering lips and another tongue ain't your tongue, will he speak to this people. It says, I read all the way to the 11th verse. Now let's go, while we're still in the 28th chapter of Isaiah, let's go to the 29th verse. Because you just read in the 11th verse, for with stammering lips, or stammering of lips, and another tongue will he speak to this people. Well, this stammering lip, this another tongue, this language that they about to learn is going to be called the Assyrian tongue, the Assyrian language. And I ask that we also read in this chapter the 29th verse. And it says in the 29th verse, this also comes forth from Yahweh of hosts, which is wonderful in counsel and excellent in working. So it allows us to know Yahweh is the one putting these things on these people. And it definitely coming by way of stammering lips and another tongue. It also tells us, if we take a quick look, in the 33rd chapter of Isaiah, the 33rd chapter of Isaiah, and it tells us in the 33rd chapter of Isaiah, if we take a quick look at the 19th verse. And I'll start at the 18th verse and read to the 19th verse, and it reads, thy heart shall meditate terror. Where is the scribe? Where is the receiver? Where is he that count the towers? Thou shalt not see a furious people. No, a people of a deeper speech than thou can perceive, of a stammering tongue that thou cannot understand. This is talking about once the Almighty save them from Babylon or Syria or whatever corner they find themselves in the earth. But before this is what they learn. This is what they're going to know. This is what they're going to hear. Another tongue, stammering lips. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 5th chapter. And let's take a look at the 15th verse. Jeremiah 5 verse 15 reads, lo, I will bring a nation upon you from far, O house of Israel, said Yahweh. It is a mighty nation. It is an ancient nation, a nation whose language thou knowest not. I bet you be taught it, and I bet you be speaking it. neither understand what they say. You had to be taught. It also tells us in Jeremiah 6, the 10th verse, and it reads, to whom shall I speak and give warning that they may hear? Behold, their ear is uncircumcised, and they cannot hearken. Behold, the word of Yahweh is into them a reproach. They have no delight in it. And those are the same words that was rendered in Isaiah, the 28th chapter, verse 9 to 13. We also see, going in chronological order, in the book of Daniel. Let us turn to the book of Daniel, the very first chapter. I'm using these verses to establish that our people, once they broke the covenant, once they were scattered in another man's land, they were scattered, and they not only was their inheritance taken, not only was their culture taken, but their language was taken. They were speaking the language of their enemy. And there is nothing new under the sun. And we can take that all the way to today. Many of us say we come by way of Africa. We come by way of the slave ships. And 99.9 of us read, speak, and understand English. And the only so-called Hebrew language that you know, or that you say you know, came by way of your enemies. People say they're studying it right now today. Right now, let us find ourselves in the book of Daniel, the very first chapter. And let's remember what we find in verse 4. And it tells us in Daniel chapter 1, verse 4, children in whom was no blemish, talking about these Israelite captives, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom in their day, in their land. Yeah, they know all about their language. And they was favorable, and they was skillful in all wisdom, and cunning and knowledge, and understanding, science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace. Well, what y'all do with them? What did you do with these smart people? Whom they might teach the learning. Well, we know we done got the learning from them. We know that we come through their educational system. It ain't a good one, but we know that we come through their educational system. Well, what else did you learn? And the tongue, the language, the lip of the Chaldeans. And based on the history of the book of Daniel, half of the book of Daniel ain't even known to be written in Hebrew. It is known to be written in Aramaic. So it sounds like somebody done language changed. And here we got the great testimony of Daniel. And it allows us to know what these men was used to do, that they might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. It also let us know in this remembrance being ceased and this tongue being taken out and put in another tongue, it allows us to know in this same chapter, if we take a quick look at the 6th and 7th verse. For not only is their tongue, but their names have been taken. And their names that was taken wasn't given to them by way of Hebrew, for it tells us in the 6th and 7th verse, now among these were of the children of Yehuda, Daniel, Hananiah, and Mishael, and Azariah, and to whom the prince of the eunuchs gave names. For he gave into Daniel the name Belshazzar. That ain't Hebrew. And to Hananiah, a Shadrach. That ain't Hebrew. And to Mishael, Mishrak. That ain't Hebrew. And to Azaniah, Abednego. That is not Hebrew. So not only did they take the tongue, they took their names. And that's the exact same thing they did to you and I when we came here in America. There's nothing new under the sun. So just like we don't have our names, we done renamed ourselves. Just like we don't have our names today, we don't have the language today. Just like Daniel and their language was taken away, they in their day, so was their names. There is nothing new under the sun. And Yahweh requires that which has passed. Let's testify. Also, in chronological order, if we take a look in the book of Nehemiah, I'm going to go all the way to I want the lesson down. Nehemiah, the 8th chapter. Real quick. And it tells us in Nehemiah, the 8th chapter, I go straight to the point. We know that these people just came up out of Babylon, captivity, and Ezra the priest brought the law before the congregation, both of men and women, and all that could hear with understanding upon the first day of the 7th moon. It also says in the 3rd verse, and he read therein before the street that was before the water gate. Note, this is Ezra doing the reading. Ezra was a ready scribe that the Almighty put the Spirit upon. Ezra was a priest. Ezra had the language still intact. That's not for the majority. Thus, it told us that he brought the law in front of the congregation. And then the 3rd verse says, and he read therein before the street that was before the water gate, from morning until midday, before the men and the women, and those that could understand, and the ears of all the people was attentive unto the book of the law. Well, when they was reading, it says Ezra the scribe stood up a pulpit of wood which they had made for the purpose. And then if we drop down to the 8th verse, it says, the 7th verse, it says also Joshua, Beni, Sheribiah, Yamin, Aku, Apple, Sabatha, Hadijah, Manasseh, Keletta, Zephaniah, Josabad, Hammon, Peliah, and the Levites. Note, caused the people to understand the law. How did they do that? Ezra already reading it. It says, and the people stood in their places, So they read in the book. So they read in the book and the law of Elohim distinctively. And please take note, and gave the sense. Look up the word sense. And caused them to understand the reading. Well, Ezra wasn't reading Aramaic. Ezra was reading Hebrew. The Levites and the priests that understood had to break the Hebrew down for those people. They had to break the Aramaic. They had to transliterate. That's the word I'm looking for. They had to transliterate the Hebrew to Aramaic, where those people could understand the reading of the priest Ezra. And Ezra was reading out of the law. At that time, the language that was prominent at that time was Aramaic. Which is a proof that they had lost their language. Also, if we take a quick look at the 18th verse of the same chapter, and it reads, also day by day, from the first day into the last day, he read in the book of the law of Elohim. And they kept the feast 7 days. And on the 8th day was a solemn assembly according to the matter. The point I'm bringing out is they read in this book of the law day after day. And these people had to cause them to understand the reading. The 13th chapter of Nehemiah, real quick, and let's take a look at the 23rd and 24th verse. This is during the same generation. And it tells us in the 23rd and the 24th verse, in those days also saw our Hebrews that had married wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab. And I'm quite sure their language changed, dealing with these people, dealing with their gods. It says, and their children speak half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not what? Speak in the Hebrew language. So somebody lying. Because the rumor is Yahweh have never taken the Hebrew tongue from us. Yahweh never said that we will not know our language in the enemy's land. Well, every time we mingled with the enemy, it gave chance for us to lose our tongue. For it reads again in Nehemiah, the 13th chapter, the 23rd and the 24th verse. The 24th verse reads again, and their children speak half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Hebrew language, but according to the language of each people, as we speak this day. And also, establishing this universal list, let us go quickly to Zephaniah, the 3rd chapter. Zephaniah, the 3rd chapter. It tells us in Zephaniah, the 3rd chapter, go straight to the point. And the point is found in the 9th verse. And it tells us in the 9th verse, dealing with Israel, and it also is a dual prophecy because it's dealing with universalism in this particular concept. For it tells us in the 9th verse, for then will I turn to the people a pure language, a pure lip, that they may all, not just Israel, but the people that will be left on the earth, dealing in the eschatological days, it says a pure language, that they all call upon the name of Yahweh to serve him with one consent. This one consent is one shoulder, all together. How could two walk together except they be agreed? It's talking about a shoulder being lined up. Thus, the word one consent. And that denoted Israel and the remnant of the enemy that will be alive. Don't forget, the enemy was to come up year by year for the Feast of Tabernacles and everything. So they had to know our language. They had to know how to call on Yahweh. If his children couldn't, they sure couldn't. So just like he brought forth a pure lip to his children, so would he bring forth a pure lip to the remnant of the enemy that Yahweh spared. So again, the lip was truly taken away from us when we find ourselves in the enemy's land. And I think I have one more verse in closing, and that will be found in Isaiah 52, dealing with this lip. Isaiah 52. Isaiah 52, verse 6 tells us, therefore my people shall know my name. Therefore they shall know in that day that I am Yahweh, or that I am he that does speak. Behold, it is I. And that's the same thing that we just read in Zephaniah, the 3rd chapter, the 9th verse. Because you're going to be able to have that tongue, and you're going to be able to have that language, and you're going to know what Yahweh said, and you're going to know that he said it. So I just wanted to use those verses to establish that the tongue would always be taken away from us. Maybe it wasn't taken so much in Egypt, but once we came out of Egypt, once we received the law, it told us what would happen to us if we forsook the law, if we broke the covenant, how Yahweh would scatter us and have sent nations against us with a stumbling lip and a language that we could not understand. And we seen in Daniel that they would teach us their language and they would teach us their lip. And we were to teach our brothers and sisters that same language and lip that we were taught. My last point of reference, I'm going to try to slide this in real quick, is dealing with the word by. It is rumored that the word by, found in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 68th verse, means like Persia, and maybe be used as if nobody will buy you, nobody will hire you on a job, and things like that. Well, I will start off by reading Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 68th verse. Let us go there, please, real quick. And sorry for the rush. Due to time restraint, I'm trying to get all these notes down in the presentation, so I'm going a little fast. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 68th verse. I'll start at the 66th verse to allow us to know and see the condition of these people, and maybe we will get a better understanding of that last verse. But please hold on 1 second. This phone is about to go out. Give me 1 second, please. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 68th verse. I'll start at the 66th verse, and it reads, "And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee." This is in the enemy's land. "And thou shalt fear day and night, and shall have none assurance of thy life." This is being servants and afflicted. "In the morning thou shalt say, with Elohim it was even. And at even thou shalt say, with Elohim it was morning. For the fear of thy heart, wherewith thou shalt fear, and for the sight of thy eyes, which thou shalt see in the enemy's lands. And Yahweh shall bring thee into Egypt." Egypt denote captivity. "Again with ships, by the way whereof I speak unto thee, saying, Thou shalt not see it no more again." The Almighty warned our fathers over and over again about not going back to Egypt. And all you had to do is obey. Even in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, I think it starts at the 14th, 15th verse, where it talked about the kings. This same rendering is said to the king. And that rendering is again, in the 68th verse, "And Yahweh shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships." You don't find that, but you find this. "By the way whereof I speak unto thee, thou shalt not see it no more again. And there you shall be sold into your enemy for bondsmen and bondswomen." They are sold. Bondsmen, bondswomen are sold and bought. But it says after a comma, "And no man shall buy you." And a lot of people is confused. Well, hold on. Now, he said we're going to be sold. We got history of us coming to America, being on all type of selling blocks. In just about every city in the United States, they got a market. Most times, that's where the slaves were sold. Friendly market or whatever market that your city has, that's where slaves were sold. All you got to do is look at the Chronicles, look at the Congress, the Library of Congress, and you can find these things. Most cities had markets, and that's where you and I, our fathers and our mothers, were sold and bought. But here it says, "No man shall buy you," which allows a lot of people to think that we were sold, but didn't nobody buy us. And that's not consistent with our fathers going in captivity in Assyria or Babylon, nor is it consistent dealing with the first 200 years of us being in America and scattered abroad, all on the islands and all that. We were brought, we were sent there, and people bought us like it was Black Friday, like it was the best sale of the day. So we were truly bought for the little of nothing, but we was bought. So what do this word and this rendering truly mean? In the concept of what our fathers endured, and the concept of what our fathers were taught. Well, your brothers say it means ye shall not, it means that no man should redeem you. You say, well, why is he using redeem? Because this whole book denotes redemption. This whole book denotes and has the concept of Yahweh being the Redeemer, not just of Israel, but of the world. So I see and I understand that this word buy means redeem. And we have many testimonies of Yahweh being the Redeemer. We got many promises of Yahweh remembering the covenant that he made with Abraham, that he will redeem Israel. Well, where will he be redeeming them from? Would he not be redeeming them from this situation? Absolutely. So the word that is confusing everybody, that got people thinking, is saying no man shall buy you, is saying that no man can redeem you out of this. We had the knowledge and the concept of being redeemed, even in our law. Thus, let us take a quick look at Exodus, the 21st chapter. I might not use every one of these. I'll use enough to explain my point, and then we'll open up for comments and questions that I might can use the rest of them that I have available. But right now, let us take a quick look at the law. Let's go to Exodus, the 21st chapter. Exodus, the 21st chapter. Dealing with a bondsman or dealing with a bondswoman. How do they usually come out? Or what is the stipulation set for them based on the word buy? Exodus 21. And let's read the first 8 verses to allow us to know that we had the knowledge and the understanding of redeem. It says, now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them, if thou buy a Hebrew servant. 6, and note the word buy. If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. See, we already had this type of knowledge, where the Almighty letting us know that these great words will not be upon you when you break the covenant. When I sell you to these people, you will not have anyone to redeem you out of this. The only one that can redeem you out of this is your Maker. He that puts you in captivity will gather you from captivity. No man, no one else. Thus, all the way up to this day, no man has been able to redeem us out of this mess. Thus, the 2nd verse continue to read, if thou buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he was married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him into the judges. He shall also bring him to the door or into the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an art, and he shall serve him forever. The 7th verse reads, and if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the manservant do, as we just read in the 2nd verse all the way down to the 6th verse. It says, as the maid, if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the manservant do. If she please not her master, who have betrothed her to himself, who have engaged her to himself, then shall he let her be what? Redeemed. To sell her, for her to be bought, if that's how we're looking at it, to sell her into a strange nation, he have no power, seeing he have dealt deceitfully with her. So what I'm trying to show is the word buy in the 68th chapter denotes redeem. What is being said is no man shall redeem you. Even though you had knowledge of how one is to be brought out, even if you was a maid servant, or a male servant, or a female bondswoman, or a male bondsman, what you've been taught and what was told to you could not prevail. For no man will redeem you. No man will buy you. There is only one that will redeem us out of the curses of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, and is none other than our Maker, Yahweh alone. It also tells us, if we take a look at Leviticus, forgive me for skipping over these words, but before I leave Exodus, let's go back and take a look at Exodus, the 19th chapter. Exodus, the 19th chapter. And it tells us in Exodus, the 19th chapter, if we start reading at the 4th verse to the 6th verse, these great words. And it says, you have seen what I did into the Egyptians, and how I bear you on eagle wings. So just put the Egyptians' captivity in the place of what you just read in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 64th verse to the 66th verse. It says here, and brought you into myself. Now therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then you shall be a particular treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. And you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. So the children of Israel knew and understand that Yahweh is the one that redeemed them. Yahweh is the one that brought them out of this hell, out of these worries, out of all the things Sorry about that, Israel. They dropping us. It's pretty late. Let me try to get these last few words. We was reading out Leviticus, the 25th chapter. I started at the 39th verse. I'm at the 40th verse now. It says, but as an hired servant, and as a sojourner, he shall be with thee, and shall serve thee into the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return into his own family, just like what we just read in Exodus 21. And into the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants. They are Yahweh's servants before he kicked them out of his land and made them servants of the enemy, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. And how did he do that? By redeeming them. They shall not be sold as bondsmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear thy Elohim. Both thy bondsmen and thy bondmaid, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy. Note, bondsmen and bondsmaids. Moreover, of the children of the stranger that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begot in your land, and they shall be your possession, and you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondsmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule one over another with rigor. And if a sojourner, note, or stranger, wax rich by thee, and thy brother that dwell by him wax poor, and sell himself, and to the stranger or sojourner by thee, or to the stock of the stranger's family, after that he is sold, please take note, he may be redeemed again. Not buy, but redeemed. It says, after that he is sold, he may be redeemed again. One of his brethren may redeem him. What the Almighty said in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 68th verse, no man shall buy you. All that is saying is no man will be able to redeem you. It continues to read, either his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or any that is knight of kin unto him, of his family may redeem him. Where the Almighty said, no man going to be able to redeem you. It don't use redeem. It said buy. Or if he be able, he may redeem himself. What the Almighty said in Deuteronomy 28 says, no man, even yourself, will buy you. Meaning, be able to redeem you. It also says in the 50th verse, and he shall reckon with him that brought him from the year that he was sold to him into the year of Jubilee. And the price of his sale shall be according to the number of years. According to the time of an hired servant shall it be with him. If there be yet many years behind, according unto them, he shall give again the price of his what? Redemption. Redeemed out of the money that he was bought for. And if there remain but few years into the year of Jubilee, then he shall count with him, and according unto his years shall he give him again the price of his redemption. I'm using these verses to show you the concept and the understanding that the people had. So these words was read and told Israel. So for Israel to understand that 68th verse, they understood that no man would be able to redeem them out of this rigorous servitude. It also tells us, I know I'm skipping, forgive me. If we take a quick look at Isaiah 44. Isaiah 44, verse 23. Mike can get a couple more in that's going to be recorded. Isaiah 44, verse 23. And it reads, "Sing, O ye heavens, for Yahweh hath done it. Shout, ye lower parts of the earth, break forth into singing, ye mountains, O forest, and every tree therein, for Yahweh hath redeemed Jacob and glorified himself in Israel." Every time Yahweh saved Israel by way of redemption, he gets the glory. Thus he has stated throughout the book of Isaiah, he will never give his glory into another. Well, what is his glory? His glory is his salvation and his redemption that he showed forth toward Israel. When he saved Israel out of Babylon, he took them from the same curses that we're reading in Deuteronomy 28th chapter. Well, he got the glory because he redeemed them. Let us go to Jeremiah, the 30th chapter. I'm skipping, but I'm still explaining it in order. Jeremiah 30. And it tells us in Jeremiah 30, and I'll give one more after Jeremiah 30, and that will be Leviticus 19. But let's go to Jeremiah 30 real quick, and then we'll open up. That way we can be able to record your comments also, if time allows. Jeremiah 30. And it tells us in Jeremiah 30, Jeremiah 31. And it reads,